Welcome, pet parent. Thanks for pressing play. If Cozy Tales Stories helps your pet feel safe and comforted, please like and subscribe. New Cozy Tales stories are uploaded weekly. Whether you're heading out or simply busy for a while, your pet won't be alone. I'll stay right here with them and keep them company. Hi, sweet friend. Your human may be away for a little while, and that's okay. I'm going to stay right here with you. We'll have some quiet, cozy time together. You can settle into your favorite spot now, and in a moment, we'll listen to a gentle story. Don't worry, your human will be back with you soon. Until then, I'll keep you company. Now let's settle in and listen to our story. Chapter 1. Green Ink Ledger. The morning began in its usual order, which was one of the reasons Tessa noticed the wrongness so quickly. Willow and Honey held the first hour of the day like a cupped hand holding water. The shutters were open to a mild strip of sun, the front bell rested still above the door, and the long counter carried its familiar burdens, wrapped parcels with names across brown paper, a dish of coins not yet sorted into the till, a stack of blank labels under the brass acorn paperweight, and 3 jars waiting for their contents. The room smelled of lavender first, then chamomile, then the faint green bitterness of crushed nettle from yesterday's work, with beeswax, honey, dried orange peel, and clean wood beneath it all. Tessa liked to begin before the village fully stirred. The quiet let her put the day into shape. She set the kettle on the small stove in the back room and returned to the front counter with her sleeves folded once and her ledger pencil tucked behind one ear. On the wall shelves, bunches of dried herbs hung in orderly ranks. Lower drawers held roots and bark and seeds. Glass front cabinets kept the more delicate flowers from too much light. There was no true stillness in an apothecary, not if one knew how to listen. Dried stems gave off papery sighs when touched. Corks clicked softly. Glass tapped wood. Somewhere in the back, the kettle thought about beginning. She checked the day's parcels, labeled the ones still waiting, then drew nearer the bundles she had brought in yesterday afternoon from the drying room. Meadowsweet, yarrow, peppermint, thyme, and 2 small bunches of rosemary that had cured faster than expected in the warm weather. Today they needed sorting for jars, sachets, and blends. She untied the cloth over the basket. It was habit more than suspicion that made her sort first by scent. Meadowsweet had its mild sweetness with a note almost almond at the edge. Yarrow was earthier and sharper. Peppermint lifted bright and cold. Thyme smelled sun-warmed and resinous. Tessa lifted each bundle, checked it with thumb and forefinger, and set it into its proper row on the counter. Then her hand closed around a bunch of feverfew, and she paused. At first there was nothing alarming about it. Feverfew dried to a pale, dusty green, with daisy-like heads shrunk small and papery. This bundle looked right at a glance, yet the tie around it was wrong. Tessa turned it in her hands. She tied drying bundles with narrow linen tape in cream or soft gray, knotted in a particular way, because it could be loosened quickly without bruising brittle stems. This bunch had been bound in faded green thread wrapped too tightly and cinched with a crossing knot she never used. The pressure had left a faint crushed ring in the stalks. She checked other bundles. Mint tied with linen tape as expected. Hyssop correct. She returned to the feverfew. Perhaps she had bound one in haste and forgotten. It happened, though not often. She searched her memory anyway, bringing the cut stalks in under a sky the color of skimmed milk, hanging them in the drying room by the back window where the draft was strongest, counting bundles as she hung them. All linen ties, she was nearly certain. Nearly certain was enough to make her attentive. She looked beyond the knot. One stem had been trimmed after drying, not by much, just enough to neaten the end, where a side branch had split. She would never have done that. Once dried, stems snapped too easily. The kettle began a low murmur in the back. She ignored it and held the bundle under her nose. Feverfew should have had a pungent, bitter green scent. This did, but there was another note under it. Faint, warm, almost sweet, something resinous, softened by time. She loosened the thread carefully. The knot resisted, then gave. Inside the bundle, tucked among the stalks, was a narrow strip of folded paper. Tessa looked toward the door as if the quiet bell might suddenly explain itself. It did not. The front of the shop remained empty, sunlight inching over the floorboards. She slid the folded strip free and opened it. The writing was in faded green ink. For an instant, she thought of old copper, of verdigris in the groove of a weathered latch. Then she recognized the hand, not the person, only the manner. The letters had been formed with care and a little flourish on the long tails. It was a remedy label, or had once been one. The edges showed tiny pinpricks, where it had perhaps hung from twine. Across the middle were the words, "For night thrum rest, 2 petals only." Tessa knew every blend and label in the shop. No remedy of hers was called night thrum rest. She read the scrap again. Beneath the line, very faintly, another word had been crossed out so neatly it was almost decorative. She turned the paper to catch the light. The crossed-out word might have been draft, or dream. 2 petals only. The phrase had an old-fashioned caution to it. More striking was the ink. Tessa kept black ink for ledgers, brown for customer notes, and dark blue for correspondence. Green ink she had not used in months. A customer had once brought her a bottle made with steeped copper leaf and oak gall that dried a handsome moss color, but the nib hated it and clogged constantly. She had put it away in a back drawer and largely forgotten it. She glanced again at the label stack. The top sheets looked untouched, but one corner sat slightly askew beneath the acorn paperweight. That was enough. Routine had changed shape. Tessa crossed to the stove, took the kettle off before it could rise to a full boil, and poured water over the herbs waiting in her own cup without really seeing what she chose. Linden and mint, by smell. Good enough. She brought the cup back to the counter and stood for a moment with both hands around it, considering. The simplest explanation was usually the kindest, and often the truest. Someone might have found an old label, tucked it by mistake into yesterday's cut herbs while helping, and rebound the bundle with whatever thread was at hand after it came loose. Yet no one helped in the drying room without her asking, and she had asked no one. And if this had been an old scrap accidentally stirred loose from some drawer, why hide it inside a bundle? She opened the shallow drawer nearest her elbow, where spare string, sealing wax, cloth scraps, and odd lengths of tape were kept. No green thread lay there. In the drawer below, where labeling tools lived, the bottle of green ink sat near the back, just where she had left it months ago. Dust marked a ring around its base that had been disturbed. The cork was set fully in, but a dark residue feathered one side of the neck. She drew the bottle out and held it against the light. Less ink than she remembered. A stain marked the drawer lining beneath it, faintly green. She was careful with bottles. She set the ink on the counter, then examined the nib box. One of the narrow labeling nibs was cleaner than the others, not with the clean of disuse, but with the hasty wiped clean of recent work. A thread from a rough cloth clung to its tip. From the lane outside came the first wheel rattle of the baker's cart, making its turn. The ordinary morning kept moving, indifferent. Tessa folded the scrap once and slipped it into her apron pocket. Then she lifted the feverfew bundle and shook it gently over a tray. Nothing more fell out, only a little dust and one loose petal. She spread the stems, checking for another tucked note or anything hidden among them. The stems were all feverfew, but one flower head near the center had been pinched open and emptied, as if someone had tucked something tiny inside and removed it. That was stranger than she liked. She sorted the rest of the basket more quickly than usual. Meadowsweet to the jar for infusion blends, yarrow to the labeled drawer, thyme to the hanging rail for another day's drying. Feverfew, After a moment's hesitation, she sat alone on a clean cloth near the scales. By the time she finished, the shop had brightened from silver gold to honey gold. She carried the wrapped parcels into their basket by the door, counted floats, and did the small opening things she could have done blindfolded. Each familiar motion steadied the room around the unfamiliar one. At last, she went to the desk in the back corner. The remedy ledger was where it always was, half under a folded invoice and half under a press of blotting paper. She opened it, expecting, if not answers, then a narrowing. The book was already opened. Yesterday she had closed it before sweeping. The invoice still lay there, but at an angle no neat stack could have made by itself. The blotting paper was upside down, and the ledger was opened not to yesterday's tincture notes, but to an older section in the middle. Tessa sat. The page heading, in her own hand, read, "Restful Draught, Night Use Only." Below it ran the familiar ingredient list: lemon balm, oat tops, chamomile, a little skullcap, 1 grain less valerian than the original version, because too many people disliked waking heavy-headed. Along the margin she had penciled 2 years ago, not for those already taking poppy milk. But in the line where a variation had once been entered, a change had been made. Her ledger was written in black ink throughout, with occasional brown notes in a hurry. Here in faded green ink, one line had been struck through and altered. The original beneath, still visible if she looked sideways, appeared to have read "Rose, 3 petals crushed." Over it, in that same careful hand from the hidden scrap, someone had written, "Feverfew, 2 petals only." Tessa read it once, then again. Someone had opened her ledger, found an old recipe, and altered it to match the note hidden in the feverfew bundle. Her first response was not fear but irritation. There were few things she disliked more than casual meddling with remedies. Feverfew in that amount would not kill anyone, but it certainly did not belong in a sleeping mixture. Nor did the phrase "2 petals only" belong in her system of notation, which was based on weights whenever possible. She turned the page back and forward. No other green marks jumped out. Nearby entries looked untouched. She sat back and listened. From the front room came no movement. Outside, the cart wheels had passed on, replaced by distant voices from the lane, and the short bright quarrel of sparrows in the eaves. The shop felt undisturbed in the way a room can after someone has done something careful inside it, and left. The green ink had dried long enough to lose all tack, but not so long that it had sunk fully dull into the page. Yesterday evening, early this morning, she leaned closer. There was the slightest roughening where the nib had caught on the paper grain. Whoever wrote this had used a light hand and paused midway through feverfew, enough to leave a tiny deeper pool in the first E. Tessa closed the ledger halfway and stood. If someone had stood at her desk long enough to choose a recipe and amend it, what else had they touched? At the front counter the label stack yielded its answer more plainly than she expected. 7 cut sheets should have remained from the bundle she had trimmed 2 nights ago. 6 were there. A corner of green on the underside of the acorn paperweight marked where 1 sheet had been written on before being torn smaller. The paperweight itself bore a crescent of dried green ink where a finger had rested and transferred it. She checked the cabinet where wrapped paper and twine were kept. Nothing missing that she could see. The cash drawer was in order. The window latch was fastened. The back door still had its habit of sticking at the lower hinge. She had to shoulder it slightly to test it, and any stranger trying it would have made enough sound to put every hanging bundle on alert. She crossed into the narrow drawing room. Here, the air changed from the sweet front shop mix to a drier, leafier concentration. Bundles hung from rods overhead in descending rows, each tagged with date and place of cutting. Sun from the small back window made a gauze of dust and warmed the wall enough to release hidden scents from stems and flowers. The rod where the feverfew had hung had a gap exactly 1 bundle wide. Beside it hung calendula and a late strip of vervain. She touched the twine loop on the nail where the feverfew had been. On the sill below she found one short length of faded green thread, curled like a dead tendril. She picked it up and laid it across her palm. The thread was not from her sewing basket. Finer than kitchen twine, harsher than embroidery floss. More like the sort used to bind old packets from the mercery if one bought them in a set. One end was frayed, the other held a tiny hard bead of something waxy. Beeswax, perhaps, or resin. Tessa rubbed it gently. Beeswax, faintly scented, not with hive but with rosemary smoke. She knew that smell from candle dipping season, when neighbors added herbs to wax for winter stores or to keep closets sweeter. The combination stirred no immediate name in her mind, only a sense of someone domestic and patient enough to wax thread for neatness. She tucked the thread into her pocket with the label scrap. On the floor beneath the hanging herbs, a slightly larger scatter than usual lay under the feverfew's place, as if a bundle had been lowered, opened, and retied rather than merely lifted off a hook. One crushed daisy head had darkened where fingers had pressed it. Near the skirting board, a tiny fleck of dried green ink marked the floorboard edge. So, the writing had likely been done here, or the label carried here while still fresh. If someone had wanted her to make the altered recipe, they had chosen poorly. She never blended from a single page line alone without checking the plants themselves, and she would have noticed feverfew at once in any sleeping draft, which meant either the meddler did not know her habits, or the point had not been to trick her into compounding it. The point may simply have been to make sure she found the change. That was a different kind of message. She returned to the desk and looked again at the altered entry. Restful draft, night use only. An old formula, little requested now. Rose had once been included in tiny quantity for softness of flavor, then omitted in a later version when petals became dear one poor spring. The change line did not affect the current standard blend, only this older variation, retained because Tessa believed in keeping records, rather than pretending revisions erased the past. If someone wanted to direct her attention to an older version, why that one? She turned a few pages back to see what sat nearby chronologically. Evening cordial. Nerve tincture for overwork. Then she noticed the ribbon marker. It was not where she had left it. Instead of lying near the current digestive bitter section, it was tucked several pages deeper, between restful draft and a facing page of notes on night-blooming moonflower, a plant she did not stock because too many people admired it without respecting it. Tessa slid the ribbon free and examined the margin at that point. There, in older black ink, she had once copied a caution from her teacher's notes. Moonflower petals should never be guessed at by sight alone after drying. Resemblance misleads. Beneath that, in her own later hand, she had added, keep separate from feverfew, despite superficial likeness when spent. She looked up slowly. Feverfew and some moonflower remnants could indeed look deceptively alike to an inattentive person, once dried and crumpled, especially in poor light or if reduced to petals. Not enough alike to fool her, but enough for a warning and a training note. The altered line now felt less random. Feverfew, 2 petals only. A marker near a caution about lookalikes. Not an instruction, perhaps. A nudge. Tessa closed the book and considered what in the shop connected with old labels, green ink, wax thread, and someone who knew enough of her ledger to choose a meaningful page. There were not many candidates. An old customer might recognize the formula name, but not where she kept notes. Another herbalist would know the significance, but none lived close enough to stroll through before dawn. A former apprentice? She had never had a formal one. She occasionally let capable hands help with labeling or bundle hanging in busy seasons, but no one had worked intimately with the ledger except herself. She crossed to the cupboard where archived labels and older, discontinued recipe cards were kept. If the hidden scrap had come from there, she might find a match of hand or ink. The cupboard smelled of paper, bay leaves, and old gum arabic. She lifted down the top bundle and set it on the side table. Most labels were her own. Some belonged to the previous owner, Mrs. Vale. A few from the earliest months after Tessa took over showed the unsteady compromise of trying to preserve old names while changing formulas gently enough not to provoke village outrage. Halfway through the second bundle, she found green ink, not on a label front, but on the back of one card, where someone had tested a pen in loops and tiny leaves. The hand matched the hidden scrap. Elegant, deliberate, a touch ornamental. The front label read, "Dreamless Honey Elixir, discontinued 6 years ago for being mostly syrup and sentiment." In one corner was a notation in Mrs. Vale's writing, revised by E. March at Springstocking. E. March. Tessa rested her thumb on the card and let memory align itself. Elira March had come 2 springs before Mrs. Vale retired, a niece from elsewhere, or perhaps a cousin's daughter. The exact relation had always blurred. Tessa had met her only a handful of times then, mostly at market, before Tessa took over the shop. Elira liked old remedies, decorative labels and dramatic claims softened by pretty wording. She favored green ink. She had lovely handwriting and a habit of touching every object in reach, as though testing whether it deserved to remain in the world. Mrs. Vale had once said, not unkindly, that Elira knew enough about herbs to be dangerous, mainly to the notion of proportion. She had not lived in the village long. She had gone on as drifting people do, to some other place that sounded momentarily better. Tessa had not thought of her in years. The thought steadied and then wavered. Elira was improbable but not impossible. Yet how would she be here? And why now? More to the point, why leave a clue rather than simply call? Unless she had not wished to be seen. Unless someone else had inherited or imitated her style. Instead, she searched the archive for any label using the phrase night thrum. None. Dream thrum appeared once in a tonic card, written by someone else entirely, and moon thrum on a florid soap wrapper from the summer fair. But night thrum rest appeared nowhere in her holdings. That phrase, then, was likely new. The bell at the door did not ring, but a shadow crossed the front window, slowed, and moved on. Tessa looked up, realizing she had not yet turned the sign to open. The village day was advancing, whether mysteries asked leave or not. She set the green ink card aside, returned the archive bundles to the cupboard, and carried the altered ledger to the front counter, where she could keep an eye on both shop and page. Then she turned the door sign to open, and propped the ledger half-closed beside the scales. The first customer came 10 minutes later, and stayed only long enough to collect a parcel, and mention that the air smelled of rain despite the clear sky. Tessa smiled, made change, and watched the woman leave with no sign of secret knowledge. Another came for nettle vinegar, and left with a recipe suggestion. 2 schoolchildren pressed noses to the sweet jars until Tessa sold them each 1 honey drop, and sent them off with strict warnings about sticky fingers near library books. Through it all, she kept her attention split between ordinary service and the altered line waiting near her hand. By late morning, the lane quieted again. Tessa used the lull to examine the hidden label more carefully with a lens. The green ink had faded unevenly, stronger where the pen first touched, and weaker toward the ends of strokes. That matched an old bottle not shaken properly. Tiny fibers along the torn edge suggested the slip had been ripped from a larger label after writing, not before. On the reverse was the faint impression of another line, transferred from whatever it had rested against while fresh. She angled it under the light and could just make out a few ghosted letters, Ow and H, Willow and Honey, written on top of one of her own headed labels, then torn down small. The choice felt intimate, or at least familiar. Someone in the shop, someone with time enough to reach for the proper stationery instead of any scrap at hand. A breeze stirred through the open door and lifted one corner of the ledger page. Tessa set the acorn paperweight on it. Outside, the noon bell from the chapel began to toll softly across the roofs. 2 petals only. She considered making a copy of the altered line, and taking the original ledger at once to the back room for safety. Instead, she left it where it lay and reached for a clean card. If this was a message, what did the clues suggest she should do next? Feverfew, a sleeping recipe, a caution about mistaken petals, green ink linked perhaps to someone from the old shop years, wax thread carrying rosemary smoke, a note hidden in a bundle she would certainly handle. Not sabotage then, but directed attention. To what? A plant, a person, an old formula no one should be using, something in stocking records. Her gaze dropped to the ledger again, this time not to the altered ingredient line, but to the entry's date. The original variation had been copied in early summer, 5 years ago, from Mrs. Vale's older notes. In the margin beside the date was a supplier shorthand no one but she used anymore. H.E. for Hawthorne Estate, a small cottage edge where rose petals had once come from, before the garden was given over mostly to culinary herbs. Hawthorne Estate. The name brushed another memory awake. Mrs. Vale had said that Alira March spent a fortnight there one season, helping sort old papers after the widow Barrick died. Garden accounts, remedy cards, household receipts all mixed in trunks. Tessa had not cared at the time. Now the recollection arrived with a tiny click. If anyone had encountered old remedy labels and a taste for revisions in green ink, it might have been among those trunks. And Hawthorne House sat just beyond the village edge, close enough for a purposeful walk this afternoon. She did not yet know whether she was going in search of a person, a history, or a reason, but she knew, with the calm of a decision reached on sound feet, that the ledger was pointing outward. First, though, she had to secure the shop. Tessa copied the altered entry onto a separate sheet in precise black ink, including the green amendment and the page date. She added notes of where she had found the hidden label in the thread. Then she wrapped the feverfew bundle in muslin, tied it with fresh linen tape, and placed it in the locked cabinet reserved for things awaiting reconsideration. The hidden scrap and green thread she slipped into a small envelope. The green ink archives card she kept out as well. Next she inspected the daybook for any mention of unusual callers in the past week. Nothing beyond ordinary names, and one order collected by a cousin instead of the customer herself. She checked the back door latch again, then the window catch in the drying room, and finally the shelves where old Mrs. Vale's few remaining personal effects still sat untouched on a high ledge. Dust lay undisturbed there. Whatever had happened low and recently, not among old keepsakes. A pair of customers came in together near one, discussing coughs in the authoritative tone of people who had never opened a materia medica, but had suffered through enough winters to feel entitled to improvise one. Tessa served them kindly, guided them away from combining 3 heating herbs at once, and sent them off with thyme syrup and a packet of marshmallow root. Their visit took just long enough to settle her own impatience into something useful. By the time the bell went quiet again, she had arranged the afternoon in her mind. She would close early under the plausible excuse of stock work. She would take the copy of the ledger entry, the hidden label, the thread, and the old archive card. She would go to Hawthorne Estate first, because it offered both a place and a past. If that yielded nothing, she could ask more directly in the village tomorrow, carefully, without advertising that someone had been in her records. The mystery was still gentle at the edges, but remedies and records made it unwise to leave unattended. She prepared a small sign for the door in her plain hand, closing early for inventory, back tomorrow at usual hour. She laid it ready beside the till. Then, because she knew herself, she made one more cup of tea before acting. This time she chose rosemary and lemon balm, and while it steeped, she stood in the doorway to the back room and looked at her shop. Everything remained where care had put it, the parcels gone one by one from the basket, the rows of labeled jars lit from within by afternoon sun, the bundles swaying almost imperceptibly in the draught from the front door, the quiet bell with its brass lip catching light. Small living systems held themselves in order around the one hidden line of disruption. Tessa felt the familiar tenderness she always did then, half pride and half responsibility. Whoever had written in her ledger had crossed a threshold more intimate than the shop door. Not cruelly, perhaps, not even maliciously, but unmistakably. She drank the tea at the counter and reread the copied notes once. When she came to the phrase, "Night Thrum Rest," she no longer tried to make it into an existing remedy name. It behaved better as a person's private phrase, a borrowed little title meant to catch her attention. The same with two petals only. These were breadcrumb words, not formula words. She took down the sign, turned it over so the blank side faced out for now, and counted the till. After the last errand-minded customer had gone, and the lane settled into that drowsy early afternoon pause between tasks, she locked the ledger in the desk drawer instead of leaving it under her hand. The key went onto the narrow chain inside her apron pocket beside the envelope. Then she set the sign in the door, turned the latch, and began to gather what she would need for the walk beyond the village. Shawl in case the weather changed, notebook, the envelope of clues, and the old archive card with E-March written on the back like a half-remembered scent. By the time she tied her bonnet strings, the question had simplified itself. Not who had touched the ledger, not yet, and not why the green ink now. What mattered first was where the line led, and whether Hawthorne Estate still held the missing piece. Tessa took up her keys, glanced once at the quiet bell, and stepped toward the afternoon with the altered entry clear in her mind. Chapter 2. The Hive Book. By the time Tessa reached the back porch, the day had turned to the soft gold that made even chipped crockery look cherished. She had let herself in through the kitchen, set down her satchel, checked the latch twice without meaning to, and carried the tray of cooled honey jars out with habitual care. Work done by the hands often steadied what the mind had stirred up. She trusted that. The porch board still held a little warmth. Beyond the rail, the garden eased toward evening, the lavender darkening first and the bees moving more slowly through the last time bloom. Her folded bee veil sat on the end of the table, tied with its cream ribbon from the morning, and her hat hung on the hook by the back door where she had left it after the hives. She arranged the honey jars in 2 rows. The glass had gone fully cool now, clear and faintly luminous, each jar holding the late sun in a different depth of amber. Beside them she set fresh labels, twine and gum. She had intended only this, to let her own handwriting place squarely where it belonged, quiet the nettled edge left by green ink, an altered ledger line, old initials. She had not gone to Hawthorne Estate after all. She had meant to. She had closed the shop early and gathered the ledger and note and old labels into her satchel. Then at the lane she had seen the sky lowering toward rain, and remembered one hive had been cross with the weather all week, and another was due to swarm if left too full. So she had come home first, changed her skirts, checked the boxes, added a super to the restless hive, and taken off the weight of the bee veil only when the air gentled again. Hawthorne Estate would still be there in the morning. That was the practical thought. The less practical one was that she had wanted one evening in her own ordered world before stepping into someone else's old disorder. She threaded twine through the first label and looped it around a jar. Clover and lime, she wrote in a small, even hand, tied the knot, and turned the paper until it sat straight. The next jar was from the far hedge hive, darker and carrying the herbal sharpness she liked. She worked in silence except for the tiny drag of paper on wood and the garden's muffled sounds. By the 7th jar, she could think of the feverfew bundle without that immediate prickle of distrust. Green thread was not itself malicious. Ink faded oddly. Ledgers gathered corrections. It might still be one old caution folded through another old hand. She reached for the next label and found her fingers brushing paper that was not in the stack. It lay partly beneath the folded bee veil, tucked so neatly against the ribbon that at first glance it might have been there all along. A small square of thick cream paper, folded twice, and tied with yellow thread, not shop string, finer than that, waxed a little, as if meant to resist damp. The creases were softened and bright at the edges, the way they got after being opened and closed more than once. Tessa stilled, one hand still on the honey jar. She was certain the table had been clear when she came out. She had moved the veil to make room for the jars, and would have felt the note if it had been there then. She set the jar down and glanced toward the kitchen door, the yard, the path from the back gate to the herb beds. No one. The bees near the lavender made their ordinary low industry. The world did not look interrupted. She picked it up. The thread had been tied with a beekeeper's neatness, snug enough to hold, loose enough to pull free without tearing the paper. No name on the outside, only a tiny thumb smudge of honey, or perhaps wax, near one fold. The paper held a smell she knew at once, smoke, faint honey, and the dry green scent of crushed marjoram from someone's sleeve. She worked the knot loose. The note had already been opened before. Inside were only 3 lines written in brown ink with a blunt nib. Check the West Hive for the Queen mark. Wait until after dusk. No signature. No date. Nothing that told her whose hand had written it. Her West Hive stood at the far end of the garden boundary, close to the elder and the old stone wall. She had checked it that morning. They're not for the Queen mark. If absent, do not split had a beekeeper's sense to it. Wait until after dusk was stranger. This was not one of her notes. She turned the paper over. Blank. Held it angled to the light. No watermark. The ink had browned a little with age, but not much. Older than yesterday. Younger than the labels she had found from March. Her first thought was that someone had found an old beekeeping note tucked where it did not belong, and set it out where she would notice. It was a kindly thought, and therefore one she distrusted. She looked to the hook by the back door. The hat hung there with the same plain innocence as always. The veil on the table was one she used often, folded after the morning's work. She had tied it with the cream ribbon herself before lunch. If the note had been inside it, she ought to have felt it when she folded the netting, unless it had lodged in the folds and shifted later. She unfolded the veil and shook the netting free over the table. Nothing else dropped out. She ran her fingers along the seams, ribbon and crown. No hidden pocket, no second scrap. There were easier ways to leave a message than hiding it in a beekeeping veil, unless one wished it to be taken for an old note found by chance, rather than a new one placed with intent. Tessa gathered the note, the yellow thread, and the untouched labels and carried them inside to the kitchen, where the cooler air smelled of basil and stone. On the dresser stood the shallow blue bowl, where she emptied pockets and put things she meant not to mislay. Today it held a door key, 2 currant leaves, and the brass queen marker cage she had used last week. She did not add the note there. Instead, she took out the clean board she used for sorting receipts, spread a tea towel over it so the paper would not catch on splinters, and laid the note flat beside the yellow thread. Then she washed the faint gum from her fingers. The basin water was cool enough to pull her fully into the present. The hand was not the green hand. She saw that at once. The letters were squarer, less eager, with practical descenders and no flourished capitals. The wording was equally practical. Check the West Hive sounded addressed. If absent, do not split sounded almost corrective. She bent closer. There was a faint offset on the inside fold, proof the note had been folded before the ink was fully dry. The paper itself had one softened corner, as though once tucked under a stone or to the rim of a box. Beekeeping note, she told herself. Start there. She went to the drawer where she kept old hive cards, sugar feed receipts, spare smokers, and a collection of notes that sensible people would have thrown away, and she never did. Some were hers, some her father's, a few in hands she had never identified because hives changed owners and advice traveled with them. She spread a bundle on the table and began to compare. None matched, The blunt practical hand from the yellow thread note remained stubbornly itself. Her eyes drifted to the brass queen marker cage in the blue bowl. Check the west hive for the queen mark. If absent, do not split. Unless absent referred not to the mark itself. That changed the note. And west hive might not mean her current box so much as an older yard name. She reached for the hive record book she kept by the dresser. This season's entries filled most of it in her own hand, but the first pages still held copied notes from when she took over the property. Practical landmarks and old names, attached to plots and sheds and boxes over time. South bed, pear wall, long border, bee house, west hive. There it was, not a current hive number, but an old yard name. A knock sounded at the back door, 3 measured taps. Tessa covered the note instinctively with the edge of the tea towel before going to open it. Mabel stood on the step with a cloth-covered plate in one hand and the composed face of a person who had decided not to call her visit an interruption. Behind her, a little farther down the path, Samuel waited by the gate as if he had offered to carry something and been refused. "I was passing," Mabel said. Tessa stepped aside. "You're right. I'd forgotten supper." Mabel came in with the plate. Samuel, seeing himself discovered, lifted a hand and followed when Tessa waved him in. He brought with him the clean outdoor smell of ale casks and evening air. The plate held 2 thick slices of cheese tart, still faintly warm. Mabel set it down, and with one glance took in the honey jars on the porch table, the untouched stack of labels, and Tessa's sorting board by the kitchen lamp. "You found another paper." Not a question. Tessa liked that about her. Samuel stayed by the door until Tessa nodded him toward a chair. His attention went to the board and the yellow thread on it. Not the same as the shop one. No. Tessa drew back the towel. Mabel read the note in silence. Samuel did the same from where he stood. "A hive instruction," Mabel said. "On the porch table," Tessa said, "tied up and tucked beneath my veil." Mabel's gaze moved at once to the folded netting. Samuel looked toward the back door hook, the yard beyond it, and then the lane. "Could have been left while you were at the hives, or found somewhere else and set there later. It's been opened before." Mabel carefully picked up the yellow thread between finger and thumb. Waxed. No one spoke for a moment. The kitchen had grown more shaded. The lamp pulled a warm circle onto the board. Samuel nudged the plate of tart near Tessa. "Eat." She obeyed. The tart was rich with onion and thyme. "West Hive," Mabel said at last. "That sounds location-bound. There was a West Yard place before my current hive. I found it in the old record book." Mabel's expression shifted a fraction. "At Hawthorne Estate?" "There was a hand in my old labels," Tessa said. "E. March. The same green ink as the changes in the ledger. And I remembered seeing old papers at there with March written on them. I meant to go this afternoon, but you came home instead. The hives needed doing." Samuel gave a brief approving sound. "And now the hives have sent for you anyway." The line was dry enough to make Tessa smile despite herself. Mabel examined the note near the lamp. "No watermark, common paper. The hand isn't familiar to me. The interesting thing is the repeated opening." Tessa looked toward the garden window, where dusk was beginning now, delicately but unmistakably. Samuel noticed first. "You're thinking of going out." "To the West Hive." Mabel set the note down because of the wording. "Or because someone put it beneath your veil today?" "Both. And if it's old, then the place may still matter." Samuel gave one nod. "I'll fetch a lantern." Mabel picked up the plate and cut the tart with the side of a butter knife she found by the breadboard, parceling one slice onto a smaller plate with brisk decisiveness. "You'll eat the rest when you come back." Tessa took her hat from the hook and untied the cream ribbon on the veil. As she shook the netting down, Mabel's attention settled on the hatband. "What is that?" Tessa looked. A tiny scale of dried wax clung near the seam, no larger than a fingernail clipping, pressed flat. She lifted it free. Beneath it, caught in the stitches, was a grain of reddish grit. "Brick dust," Mabel said. Tessa rubbed it between finger and thumb. Red ochre, perhaps, or the soil from the old path by the wall. From today? Could be. I was at the hives. But she hadn't worn this veil after noon. This one had stayed folded on the porch table, while she used the heavier veil with the patched shoulder for the afternoon work. She looked at Mabel. Mabel looked back, and that was enough. Someone had handled the folded veil after morning, or sometime between its folding and her finding the note. Someone carrying wax, smoke, and red dust. Samuel returned with a lantern and his own coat loosely over one arm. Then he saw their faces and the little crescent of wax in Tessa's hand. She showed him. He listened once and set the lantern on the table. Then we don't leave the yard dark. Mabel did not offer to stay behind. She simply said she would come as far as the wall. Tessa, after one inward hesitation, let her. 3 pairs of eyes found more than one. Before they went out, Tessa folded the note again, exactly as she had found it, and slipped it into the pocket of her apron. The yellow thread she wound around a button. Then she took the smoker from the shelf by the back door, checked the fuel by touch, and stepped onto the porch, where the honey jars still waited, with half their labels untied. The garden path to the apiary ran between the herb beds and the currant tanes, then widened past the pear tree into the rougher background, where order gave way to useful habit. Evening gentled the bees' traffic, but did not end it. Samuel walked slightly behind with the lantern unlit and swinging low. Mabel kept her skirts clear of the thyme edges and watched the ground as much as the boxes ahead. The west hive stood where it always had to Tessa's eye. Cedar box on its stand, roof weighted with a stone, elder shadow beginning to touch the side nearest the wall. The old path beyond it, once edged with bricks, and now mostly given back to moss and reddish grit, led to a disused gate in the far boundary. Tessa paused a few feet from the hive and listened. Every keeper knew the different voices of a colony. This one was settled, neither alarmed nor queenless, its hum broad and even under the evening. She set down the smoker without lighting it. Mabel stayed where the grass met the old path. Samuel went no farther than the neighboring empty box. He had the courtesy to make himself a wall rather than a presence. Tessa crouched by the entrance. Bees moved in and out steadily, some heavy with the day's last gathering. She looked first where eyes could read without opening anything, a front cleat, the underside of the roof edge, the stand. At once she found 2 things that did not belong to this season. On the back right leg of the stand, nearly obscured by weathering, someone had cut a shallow notch, crossed by another, making a skewed X, and under the roof's front overhang, protected from rain, there was a faint smear of old blue paint. Queen mark blue. She lifted the roof. The colony gave a brief rising note and settled. Beneath the crown board, the smell of warm wax and honey rose to meet her. The light was lowering quickly. She would not go frame by frame unless she had to. Instead, she looked for evidence of marking. On the top bars, among propolis and neat brace comb, one frame bore a tiny dried flake of paint, faded to pale sky. She moved slowly, lifting only enough to peer between the central seams. Brood pattern showed healthy enough in the upper crescent, a contented colony, not newly split, not in distress. Then she saw, tucked flat between the inside wall of the brood box and the outer frame, a thin slip of wood, no wider than 2 fingers. It was not part of the hive. It had been planed smooth and darkened by age and beeswax, and one end protruded just enough to catch a nail if one knew to feel for it. She set the roof more securely against the stand and slid the sliver upward. Bees crawled over it lazily, not troubled. It came free with a soft, sticky release. She turned it and saw writing in pencil under a sheen of wax. W marked. Hold. Below it, much fainter, nearly rubbed away. Gate path. The wood was warm from the hive. She looked over her shoulder. Mabel had seen from her face that something had been found, though not what. Samuel took one step forward and stopped when Tessa raised a hand. She read the words once more, the practical hand again perhaps, and gate path. The old disused gate stood 10 paces beyond, half swallowed by elder and nettle. Tessa slid the sliver into her apron pocket with the folded note. Then, because care came before pursuit, she lowered the frames exactly back, replaced the crown board and roof, and set the stone down as it had been. She crossed the grass to Mabel and Samuel. There was something hidden in the box, she said, and showed them the sliver. Mabel read the pencil marks, a marker left where only a keeper would look. Samuel had already turned toward the old gate, paths not used. Not now, Tessa said, perhaps before. The three of them stood in the deepening blue of evening, with the hive behind them and the shut gate ahead, and Tessa felt the line of the mystery shift under her feet, from paper to place. Mabel took a handkerchief from her pocket and wrapped the wooden slip before giving it back. The gate path, then. They did not need more words. The path had once been laid in red gravel brought from the quarry road, a practical surface that kept boots from winter mud. Now grass threaded through it, and the elder had shouldered one side nearly closed. Tessa led, parting the nettles with a cut hazel stick kept by the apiary for exactly such jobs. Samuel lit the lantern at last, hooding the flame low, so it cast more direction than glare. Mabel came carefully behind, avoiding the briars with a gardener's competence. A few yards in, Tessa saw what had left the red grit in the veil seam, a fresh brushing on the path's edge, recent enough that the moss had not settled back. Something or someone had passed there after damp weather. Not a broad cart or wheelbarrow, the track was too narrow. She crouched. The impression was poor, but the red powder had been scuffed over darker earth in 2 compressed ovals. And just beside it, caught on the elder bark, hung a thread, yellow. She plucked it free, waxed fine exactly like the thread from the note. Samuel lowered the lantern. Same spool. Tessa nodded. Whoever had tied the note or handled it recently had come by this path. The old gate itself stood between 2 leaning stone posts green with lichen. The iron latch had frozen years ago in place, but one lower hinge had pulled from the wood enough to leave a narrow gap. Beyond lay the strip of rough land behind Hawthorne Estate's orchard wall. Tessa knew the map of the place then, not from paper, but from walking. Her garden back, the disused gate, the orchard edge beyond, not far at all as a crow or a determined person might go. Near enough that old notes connected to hives and old papers connected to March could have crossed this boundary without ever touching the lane. Mabel touched the stone post lightly. This hasn't been entirely unused. On the inner face, protected from rain and from the house side, someone had made a small mark in green, not ink, a chalky streak, pressed with thumb or soft stone, shaped almost like a leaf, or perhaps merely a quick slanted line. Tessa leaned closer. The green was weathered but not gone. Green again. Samuel tried the gate without force. It held fast at the latch, but the loosened hinge let it breathe inward a little, enough to reveal that the path beyond had also been brushed recently through the grass. "There'll be briar on the other side," he said, "and dark under the orchard." Tessa looked through the narrow opening and let her eyes adjust. Shapes gathered slowly. The fallen branch she remembered from last winter, a run of rank grass, the shadowed line of orchard trunks beyond. Mabel said, "If someone used this way today, there may still be something left near at hand." Not through the gate, Tessa thought. At the gate. She crouched again and set the lantern down while Samuel held the hood. At the base of the left stone post, half buried in the red grit and nettle stems, lay a little accumulation of ordinary things, dead leaves, one bottle cap long gone dull, a drift of elder seeds, and among them, folded flat under a pebble, a second square of cream paper. This one had no thread. Tessa lifted the pebble, then the paper. It was drier than the first note, protected well enough by the stone and the overhang of elder roots. The folds were sharp, newer then, and placed here to be found by someone who knew to look at the gate path. She unfolded it, only one line, in the same blunt brown hand, not March. Ask for the hive book. For a moment the evening seemed to collect around that sentence and hold still. Mabel read over her shoulder. Samuel read from the side. None of them spoke immediately because the line did its work all at once. It did not solve March. It set that lead aside cleanly. Not March. Ask for the hive book. At Hawthorne Estate then. A hive book there, or once there, and whoever left the note knew enough of her path to intercept it before morning. Mabel was first to move. She folded the second paper once, not on the original crease but beside it. That changes matters. Yes, Tessa said. Samuel lifted the lantern a fraction higher. Do you go through now, or by the front in daylight? The question rested there with all its practical branches. Through now meant immediacy, perhaps surprise, perhaps nothing but torn hem and a closed back wall. By the front in daylight meant propriety, records, fewer accidents, more witness. By the front, she said, and with Mabel. Mabel accepted this as naturally as if it had been arranged hours ago. Samuel nodded once. Then tonight you bar this gate from your side as best you can. Together he and Tessa fetched a length of old wire from the apiary shed, and looped it through the loosened hinge and around the post, not to make the gate impossible, but to make any opening noisy and obvious. While they worked, Mabel stood a little apart with the lantern, watching the orchard shadow and the path behind them both. When the wire was set, Tessa took out the 2 notes and the wooden slip one by one, checking that she had not imagined any part of them. The yellow thread from the path she kept separately, wound around her finger before tucking it into her pocket. On the walk back to the house, the garden seemed changed and unchanged in equal measure. The time still held warmth. The bees still traveled their last routes home. Yet the back boundary had developed a seam she had not known was active. In the kitchen, Mabel finally allowed herself to remove her cardigan and sit properly. Samuel checked the back latch, then the porch, then the front by habit before settling at the table. Tessa lit the second lamp and laid out the findings in order. First note with yellow thread, wax flake and red grit. Wooden hive slip, elder caught thread. Second note from the gate. A small arrangement, precise and peculiar. Mabel drew the hive record book toward her and turned to the copied early pages. If there is a hive book at Hawthorne Estate, this may be what your first notes were reflecting. Records migrating into records, people copying from one source into another over years. Then why say not March? Samuel asked. Because Tessa would have gone asking after that name, Mabel said, and someone wishes her to ask a different question. Tessa looked at the brown hand on the new note. Someone who knows what I found. That sat with them. There were only so many ways it could be true. Someone had seen her in the shop after the feverfew note. Someone had known of the altered ledger before she did. Someone had recognized the thread of her search and was choosing to guide rather than speak outright. Mabel ran a fingertip above, but not on the second note's line. This hand wanted to be understood quickly. No ornament, no disguise. Samuel reached for the tart plate, and at last cut himself the smallest remaining piece, as if doing so might make the kitchen feel less like a council chamber. Do many people know about your hives and Hawthorne Estate both? Very few, Tessa said. Mabel's glance was brief but meaningful. Fewer before this afternoon. Tessa did not mind the implied caution. Mabel was not accusing. She was arranging the field. The list remained small. Herself, Mabel now, whoever had altered the ledger, if that was deliberate. Anyone connected to Hawthorne Estate and old papers. Anyone who had crossed the back path recently enough to leave yellow thread in the elder bark. The line of clue progression felt clear enough for the night. Ask for the hive book. In the morning, they would go to Hawthorne Estate by the front and ask exactly that. She gathered the items again, this time placing each into a clean biscuit tin lined with tissue from the shop. Paper on paper, wood wrapped in Mabel's handkerchief, thread on a card. Order, however provisional, made room to breathe. Only after that did she return to the porch and finish bringing in the honey jars. She did not tie the remaining labels tonight. The twine lay where she had left it, the half-written label still on the table with her pen beside it. She stacked the untied labels beneath a saucer so the breeze would not carry them, took up the jars 2 at a time, and lined them on the kitchen dresser where the lamplight found their gold again. Mabel watched her do it with the faintest expression of approval. Samuel said only that he would walk Mabel home and return by the lane to see that all was quiet near the hedge. At the door, Mabel stopped and touched Tessa's sleeve. Ask for the hive book first. Nothing else first. I will. And if they say there isn't one, Samuel said from behind her, that tells its own tale. When they had gone, their steps softening down the path and gate, the house settled around her with familiar sounds, the small creak of cooling boards, a spoon shifting somewhere in a crock, the distant purr of the west hive through the open crack of the kitchen window, if one knew how to listen for it. Tessa stood for a moment by the dresser, with one hand on a honey jar, and let the day arrange itself into a new shape. Green ink had sent her toward a name. Yellow thread had turned her toward a book. Between those 2 colors lay a gate in her own garden she had thought belonged only to Bramble and Memory. She extinguished one lamp, leaving the kitchen in a softer pool of light, and took the biscuit tin upstairs with the same care she would have given medicine. Before bed she set the tin on the little chest beside the window, and placed her shop ledger on top of it, as if one record might keep company with another through the night. Then she stood, looking out over the darkening garden. The west boundary could not be seen from here for the elder and the slope. But she knew where it was, and beyond it, the orchard, and beyond that Hawthorne Estate waiting with its papers, and if the note spoke true, a hive book someone wanted her to ask for before any name at all. That question settled cleanly enough. Morning had its task. The one that remained did not settle. If the notes were meant to help, why leave them hidden instead of simply coming to her door? Chapter 3. The Warm Window. By the time morning had climbed from pewter to honey over the yard wall, Tessa had already swept the drying rack room, opened the top pane of the warm window by a careful inch, and set a kettle to hold just below a simmer in the little workroom beyond. The shop would not open for another hour. She liked this strip of time best, before requests and footsteps and weather began to make claims on the day. Bundles of lemon balm, feverfew, and hyssop hung from the laths overhead, each casting a faint herb-shadowed stripe against the whitewashed wall. The room held yesterday's sun in its boards. Even in the cool of morning there was a baked sweetness in the air from chamomile heads drying on trays, and under it the greener notes of nettle leaf and plantain. Tessa stood at the broad table beneath the window and drew a length of twine from the wooden spindle she kept in a chipped blue bowl. Beside her lay neat squares of paper, folded over portions of calendula petals and meadowsweet she had weighed out the evening before. Her hands found the work without asking much of her mind. Fold, turn, draw the twine around the middle, pull snug, knot, trim, another packet, another. The small sound of the scissors was companionable. She was thinking, practically, of the road to the estate and whether the lower lane would still be muddy near the alder bend. Mabel would come by after breakfast. They would go to the front, as decided. Ask for the hive book first, not mention the gate path unless they had to. Tessa had repeated the sequence enough before bed that it sat in her now like a label set squarely on a jar. She tied 2 more packets and reached for the next square of paper. Her fingers touched wax instead. It was not much, a small hard catch under the side of the calendula stack, where no wax ought to have been at all. Tessa paused, looked down, and slid the paper packets aside. A glass vial lay half hidden against the grain of the table, as if it had rolled there and settled into a shallow nick in the wood. It was no longer than her little finger, narrow-necked, stoppered, and sealed over with amber wax that had pooled and set in a clean, deliberate cap. A linen thread, faded to a yellow-brown near the knot, was wound once around its throat. For a moment she only looked at it. The vial did not belong to the ordinary order of the room. Tessa knew that at once, the way one knows when a jar has been put back on the wrong shelf. She used bottles and phials every day, brown glass, green glass, clear medicinal vials bought by the dozen and washed for reuse, but this one was older in make and thinner in the neck, with tiny wavering imperfections in the glass that caught the light unevenly. Not antique enough to be precious, not common enough to be overlooked. She set down the twine and touched the wax with the back of one finger, not newly sealed. A sensible explanation offered itself first, something left by a supplier, misplaced among paper and cord, perhaps tucked with other salvage bottles and forgotten. But no suppliers came into the drying rack room. Deliveries stopped at the shop or rear hall, and she had cleaned this table herself yesterday evening after Mabel and Samuel left. She remembered wiping the whole surface, because the yellow thread from the marker by the disused gate had left a faint dusting on her cloth. Tessa picked up the vial. Something pale lay inside, tightly rolled, not herb, not root, paper. The first irregularity of the day settled quietly into the room with her. She turned toward the window without quite deciding to. Morning light laid itself across the glass and through the vial, making the amber seal glow like captured tea. The paper within was only a sliver, but enough to show it had been cut narrow before it was rolled. A message, then, or perhaps an old recipe. Yet if it were harmless, there would have been no reason to hide it under her packet papers. The wax had been pressed with something flat, not a signet, leaving a smooth, slightly domed top. Along one side, where a drip had run and hardened, a bit of dust had fixed itself into the surface. The linen thread at the neck was tied in a reef knot, practical and unfussy. Its faded color tugged at her attention. Not the same bright yellow as the sewing thread found at the gate marker, but near enough in age-worn tone to make her pulse move once, more sharply than before. She set the vial on the table and drew the nearest tray of drying verbena toward her, making space. If she broke the wax in haste and found only an old measurement list, she would feel foolish for half a minute. If she did not open it, she would think of nothing else on the road to Hawthorne Estate. Tessa crossed into the workroom for her small warming spoon and returned. She did not put the vial near flame. If there was old paper inside, she wanted no singe, no accidental curling of edges. Instead, she held the spoon in a little steam from the kettle until the metal warmed, then pressed its bowl gently against the side drip of wax to soften only enough to lift. The room was very quiet. A cart went by somewhere on the lane outside, muffled by the yard wall. Overhead, a drying bunch of lavender clicked softly as it turned a fraction on its string. The wax yielded slowly. Tessa worked with patience, easing the stopper free by degrees, preserving as much of the seal as she could from habit more than necessity. The amber cap cracked at last with a faint tacky sigh, and the scent that escaped was not resin or spirit, but beeswax itself, clean and faintly floral. That gave her pause. She slid the stopper out. It had been wrapped in a thread of waxed linen to fit the neck snugly. Again practical, again careful. She tipped the vial into her palm. The paper roll did not fall. Something within held it fast. She peered in, then smiled despite herself at the ingenuity of it. A sprig of dried thyme, stems outward, had been tucked above the roll to prevent it rattling or slipping. She used a pin from her apron hem to draw the herb and then the paper free. The thyme was brittle with age but still aromatic when it brushed her thumb. Not kitchen thyme from the common bed by the yard wall, she thought. Wild thyme, lower and sweeter, gathered from a bank or old stone edge. She laid it aside and unrolled the paper. The script was small, compact, and unlike either note she had found before. Those had been written in a hand that angled forward and pressed hard on downstrokes. This one stood more upright, steadier, with the slight flourishes of someone taught to keep a proper household book. For one instant her mind went to the obvious hope that this might simply be another instruction, another direct step to take before Hawthorne Estate. Do not ask for the hive book alone. Ask what was moved from the warm window. Nothing more. No name, no date, no mark save in the lower corner, a tiny brown smear where perhaps a thumb touched before the ink was dry. Tessa read it once, then again. It was not a long note, and because of that there was no room in it for vagueness. Warm window. Moved. Ask what was moved from it. She looked automatically to her own window and the long rack beneath it, lined this morning with mint and elderflower and one tray of rosehips split for drying. A warm window in any herb room meant the place where things were set to cure gently, to keep dry, to be watched. The phrase could just as easily belong to a still room, a dairy, a bee house, or an ordinary kitchen where preserves sat. But the wording mattered. Not from the window, from the warm window, as though there had been one known place called exactly that, at Hawthorne Estate most likely. The earlier note had sent her there for the hive book. This one shifted the shape of that instruction. Perhaps the hive book was not the object itself, but a way in, a question expected to lead one way while this note diverted to another. Or perhaps, she thought, flattening the paper with 2 fingers, someone wanted her to ask an oddly specific question in order to watch who reacted. That possibility did not chill her so much as sharpen her. She preferred clues that grew from tending and patterned. Even concealment in gardens and sheds and old yards usually had some domestic logic underneath it. People hid things where they also kept useful things. They folded secrets into regular work because regular work happened every day and drew no notice. A warm window was exactly such a place. She turned back to the vial. Now that it was open, she could inspect it properly. The glass was clear but faintly clouded around the base from long storage. A few grains of dark dust clung inside, not shelf dust. Finer than that, almost sooty. Tessa tapped one onto the white paper wrapping from the herb packets and rubbed it between thumb and forefinger. It smudged brown-black. Dried earth? No. There was a slight greasy drag to it. Stove soot, perhaps, or smoke from a lamp chimney, something that would gather in a room used often and warm steadily. She lifted the vial to the light. Around its shoulder were 2 tiny scratches crossing each other in a neat X. Not decorative, too small to notice without looking. Inventory mark? Owner's mark? Or just wear from being stored against something rough? She laid that aside for later. The more immediate question was simple. How had it come here? She looked over the table, the packet papers, the bowl of twine, the trays on the lower shelf. Nothing else had been disturbed. No scrap of amber wax, no torn wrapping. The vial could not have dropped from the hanging bunches. There was nowhere above it for it to catch. If it had rolled from the stack of folded paper wrappers she kept on the side shelf, she would have found it yesterday, when she reached there twice, which meant either she had missed it in a way she did not believe, or it had been put here after she cleaned. The rear door to the herb room had been bolted overnight. The little window latch was still hooked from within except for the top inch she had just opened herself. The front way through the shop had been locked, and she slept lightly enough to hear the yard gate in wind. No sign of intrusion offered itself. Then she remembered the laundry basket. Yesterday, before dusk, a farm girl from the North Lane had brought back 3 clean drying cloths and 2 lengths of fine muslin Tessa had lent her mother for straining crabapple jelly. Tessa had thanked her in the shop, taken the folded stack, and carried it absent-mindedly into the drying rack room, while still thinking about the hidden note under the bee veil. Then moved them to the shelf by the window when Mabel arrived. There had been no reason to inspect each fold. If the vial had been tucked in clean cloth and left there, she might easily have missed it until now, when shifting the herb packet papers uncovered it. That sat far better with the room's order than the idea of some nighttime visit. Tessa went to the shelf and lifted the stack of folded cloths. The muslin lay on top, then the heavier linen squares beneath. On the second square, where a hem met the center fold, there was a faint round mark, the size of a coin. Amber, translucent, almost invisible unless the cloth angled toward light. Wax. She exhaled through her nose. Not quite relief, not quite satisfaction. Better, a root at least. Someone had sent the vial hidden in return laundry. The farm girl herself would know little, most likely. Sent by whom mattered more than who carried it. North Lane, crabapple jelly, Mrs. Wren then, unless another household had borrowed strainers this week. Tessa kept such exchanges mostly in her head. They formed their own net across the village, practical and exact. Mrs. Wren was kindly, chronically busy, and unlikely to invent hidden deliveries on her own. But she might easily pass along folded cloth from another hand if asked. Tessa put the marked linen aside. She did not need to chase that thread first, not with Mabel due and the estate already set as the morning's work. Yet the note had changed the order of her thinking. Ask for the hive book first had been straightforward. Do not ask for the hive book alone altered that. It warned her against a single narrow question. More than that, it implied that the hive book and the warm window belonged to the same house, perhaps the same room, and that whatever mattered had been removed rather than destroyed. Moved was an intimate word. One moved things one meant to keep. She folded the note again, this time in thirds, and slipped it into her apron pocket. The vial she restoppered loosely and set in the blue bowl beside the twine, where she would remember to take it. The wild thyme sprig she left on the table a moment longer, then tucked under the bowl's rim. No reason, save that it seemed part of the clue's shape, and she disliked separating things before they had given all they could. Her kettle had gone from steam to the first impatient trembling. Tessa crossed to draw hot water over mint for herself, more for the warmth in hand than the tea. While it steeped, she looked once more at the warm window. The room offered no answer except itself. Tray after tray, bunch after bunch, sun collecting in the glass. She let her gaze move as her mind did when sorting jars after a delivery, not forcing, only noticing. On the sill sat 3 squat preserving jars, half filled with dried marigold petals from last summer, their color deep as old gold. Beside them was a shallow basket of seed envelopes waiting to be shelved. A beeswax taper, bent in the heat of some earlier day, lay on top of the basket. Her eye passed over it, then came back. Not because the candle itself was strange, but because of the smear on the preserving jar nearest it. Amber wax had dripped there and set in a tiny tongue down the shoulder. She had not used candles in this room for months. Daylight was enough by the window, and after dusk she worked in the room beyond. Even if she had once set a taper there, the drip on the jar was fresh enough to hold its sheen. She picked up the candle. Its wick had not been burned. One side near the base was slightly flattened and tacky, as if warmed against another bit of wax, and then pulled away. The same amber tone as the vial's seal, though beeswax varied little from batch to batch. Still, the shape suggested something. She touched the fresh drip on the jar. It peeled away in a flexible curl. When had she last handled this basket? Perhaps. She had brought in seed envelopes from the hall, and set the taper absent-mindedly on top after mending a drawer slide by candlelight in the shop. Or had she? The memory would not settle. Too much had happened yesterday around the hives and the gate path. Routine had blurred. She checked the basket beneath the seed envelopes. Nothing hidden there but seed lists, a pencil stub, and a packet of broad bean seed she had thought she'd lost in February. No second note, No matching mark, yet the candle's tacky side and the fresh drip on the jar gave her a practical idea of how the vial had been concealed in linen, held in place temporarily with a touch of warm wax, enough to keep it from rolling free until the folds were opened and shifted, a method used by someone who wanted the package to survive carrying without knocking or obvious bulk. Again, care rather than haste. She sipped her tea and considered whether to send word to Mabel at once, but there was little to be gained in fetching her early simply to stand over a vial already opened. Better to have the note and cloth ready to show when Mabel arrived, and spend the present minutes gathering what could be gathered here. Tessa took a clean tray from the shelf and arranged the relevant things upon it as if composing a still life for a lesson. The vial, the stopper, the cracked amber seal she had peeled off in one piece as best she could, the wild thyme sprig, the wax-marked linen square, and at the tray's edge, the bent taper with its tacky side. The axe steadied the matter. Objects behave better when laid in relation. Then she returned to the table and tied 4 more paper packets of calendula, because work was work, and because clues often settled differently when her hands kept moving. Fold, turn, draw the twine around the middle, pull snug. Ask what was moved from the warm window, not what was kept there, not what belonged there. Moved suggested recent enough memory that someone at the estate could answer. It also suggested a person who might conceal removal under tidying, inheritance, renovation, or ordinary household rearrangement. People displaced all manner of things under the noble pretense of putting rooms to rights. Tessa had visited Hawthorne Estate only twice in the last 3 years, both times by appointment, and both times to deliver tinctures ordered for a rheumatic aunt who spent autumn there. She remembered a broad front, old stone gone silver with lichen, yew at the corners, windows deep set enough to hold shadow even in noon light. One side wing had been warmer than the rest of the house in winter. She recalled that from the smell of it as much as the air. Not kitchen warmth exactly, a dry enclosed warmth carrying beeswax, old paper, and ackles stored somewhere nearby. At the time she had thought little of it, except to note that someone in the house kept practical stores. Her scissors clicked again. The packet stack grew. Another thought rose, and this one made her stop. Warm window could mean not a room in the house, but a bee house, or honey room, where supers were set after extraction, wax rendered, comb sorted, records kept. Older estates sometimes had such outbuildings or side rooms no longer called by their original names except by 1 or 2 older workers. If the hidden note beneath her veil had linked her West Hive to an older yard name rather than a current box, then old naming mattered in this mystery. Warm window might likewise be a former usage surviving in one person's memory. That changed the question's feel. Asked in a front hall, it might produce blank politeness. Asked of the right keeper of stores, it might unlock something at once. She reached for her tea, found the cup empty, and set it down. The bell in the shop gave a single tentative ring. Too early for customers, usually. Tessa wiped her hands and crossed through to the front. Samuel stood just inside the door, cap in hand, mourning on his coat sleeves. He had come only to check whether she and Mabel still meant to go to the estate, and whether the gate latch he had fixed last night would hold until evening. Tessa answered the second first, it should, and showed him the tray on the workroom counter, rather than bringing him into the drying room. His eyes went at once to the vial and then the linen square. He did not touch anything. "Found this just now," she said. He read the note without moving his mouth. His brow tightened only slightly at warm window. He glanced toward the back, as if orienting it to the hives by instinct, then said, "That sounds older than a book." It was exactly what she had begun to think, and hearing it from him clarified the line. Samuel knew old yards and old naming the way she knew dried leaves by scent. "Could be a honey room," he said, "or somewhere wax was worked." That put beeswax and soot and the warm, dry smell from her memory of Hawthorne Estate into one braid. Tessa showed him the wild thyme and the soot-like dust from the vial's base on the folded wrapping paper. He thought it might have sat not in a kitchen but on a shelf or sill near a small stove used to keep a room dry. Honey houses and preserving rooms often did that in damp months. When she told him who had returned the laundry, he recalled that Mrs. Wren's cousin had gone into service at the estate years ago and still came and went for big preserving weeks in late summer. He did not know whether she was there now. Neither did Tessa. But it was enough to make the root of the hidden vial feel less accidental. There was no use in pursuing that cousin before the visit itself. Samuel agreed and advised only that if they asked after the warm window and found a person startled by the phrase, Tessa should watch who looked at what in the room, not only who answered. Then, having said all he meant to, he set his cap back on and left to his own mourning. His visit lasted no more than a handful of minutes, but it left the clue cleaner. Not a rival note sending her away from the hive book then. A correction, or a widening. The hive book remained relevant, but the warm window might be the place from which the meaningful thing had been removed. The book could record it. The room could reveal why. By the time the bell gave its next ring and Mabel came in from the lane, carrying brisk air and a basket she insisted held only ordinary scones, Tessa had tied the last of the herb packets, set the tray of clue objects neatly under a clean cloth to keep shop dust from them, and written a short notice for the door. Back by noon. Bell for emergencies at the yard gate. Mabel read the note from the vial while standing, one gloved finger under the line as if measuring it. Her expression sharpened in that particular way it did when kindness and curiosity put on the same face. She took in the vial, the wax-marked linen, and Tessa's account of Samuel's thought without wasting time on exclamations. "So we ask for both," she said at last, "and if they give us one, we ask where the other used to be." Tessa nodded. "And if warm window means a room, not an object, we ask who would know the old names." Mabel's glance moved to the hanging herbs, the open inch of mourning at the top pane, and back to the tray. "This was set by someone who knew you'd notice the laundry fold eventually, but not in public. That's deliberate." "It is. Then we don't say where we found it." "No." That settled, they took tea standing up, because there was no point in setting a full breakfast table between themselves and the lane. Mabel had brought currant scones after all, and while she buttered one with efficient strokes, Tessa fetched the shallow basket she used for deliveries and lined it with a folded cloth. Into it she placed her own notebook, a pencil, the vial and note tray now wrapped and tied, and a small jar of honey lozenges for courtesy if required. Not bribes, exactly. More acknowledgments of household effort. Then she hesitated and added a slim ledger of her own bee records from the previous season. Mabel raised an eyebrow. "If they balk at the hive book," Tessa said, "I can make it a practical exchange. Asked to compare weights or bloom dates, it gives the question a reason." Mabel approved with a small hum. Before they left, Tessa returned once more to the drying rack room, not because she had forgotten anything obvious, but because rooms often gave a last nudge when one was on the edge of departing. The warm window stood where it had stood all morning, sunlight now stronger on the sill. Dust motes moved through it like tiny seeds. The preserving jars glowed. The bent beeswax taper lay where she had set it on the tray. She looked not at the clue objects, but at her ordinary work arranged around them, the tied herb packets in rows, the labels waiting, the bowls of strict stems, the clean cloth folded at the end of the table. Whoever had hidden the vial here had chosen a place Tessa would trust and recognize, a place shaped by order. Not a random hiding place at all. A message left in the grammar of her own daily labor. That softened something in her. The mystery remained a mystery, but it no longer felt wholly like an intrusion. It felt instead as though someone, somewhere along this line of old bee names and sidelong notes, had judged her likely to follow the right pattern if given the right object. She touched the window latch, then let her hand rest on the warm painted wood beneath it. Moved from the warm window. If an item had once stood there and been taken away, it might have left a marked dust outline, wax ring, lighter patch, old nail, shifted shelf. Such traces persisted longer than people expected. She would need to look for them if she got the chance, and not only in the obvious room. In the yard, Mabel called once, not loudly. Tessa drew the pane down and fastened the latch. She took the basket, blew out the lamp in the workroom, though it was barely lit, and crossed through the shop. The front door gave its familiar little stick at the bottom before yielding to the day. Outside, the lane still held enough damp to darken the stones, but the sky had opened clear above the roofs. Bees from the yard hive were already working the rosemary by the wall. Tessa locked up, slipped the key into her pocket beside the folded note, and fell into step with Mabel toward the road that would take them, by the front as planned, to Hawthorne Estate. The basket was light on her arm. The morning did not hurry them, but it had changed shape. Somewhere ahead there was a room, or the memory of one, and a thing moved from a warm window that mattered more than the hive book had first allowed. Tessa kept that adjustment quietly in mind as they turned past the alder bend and went on. Chapter 4. Blue Thread Bundle. By the time Tessa and Samuel came back from the estate, the afternoon had thinned to that pale honey-colored hour, when even the shelves in willow and honey seemed to settle into themselves. The front bell gave its soft note as she let them in, and the familiar smell met her at once. Dried mint, beeswax, chamomile, old wood with a little sun still stored in it. It should have been reassuring. It was, mostly. But the phrase from the note had followed her home and changed the shape of every ordinary thing she looked at. At Hawthorne Estate, the old woman at the desk had fetched a ledger-sized volume when Tessa asked for the hive book, but it had not been the request for the book that had altered the room. It had been the second question, asked lightly, as if from idle curiosity, what had once been kept or moved from the warm window. That had made the woman pause with her hand on the shelf edge. Only a fraction, the kind of pause most people would have missed, because she covered it quickly by reaching higher for the book. But Tessa had watched for exactly that. The answer itself had been mild enough. A box of wrapped wax tablets, the woman said after a moment. Some old seed papers, drying slips. Nothing important. The warm window had been bricked in years ago when the west wall was redone, and anything stored there had gone to general archive or disposal, depending on condition. Then she had laid the hive book on the desk with a little more force than necessary and asked whether Tessa wanted anything else. It had not been much. It had also not been true, or not fully. Tessa knew the difference between a person searching memory and a person selecting it. Samuel had known it too. She had seen it in the brief set of his mouth. But the house had yielded no immediate treasure, only an impression of tidied-over history and a clerk who knew the old phrase before she pretended not to. Tessa had expected to set the matter aside long enough to finish the blend she had left half-planned in the workroom. Routine, she had often found, let the mind sort what direct effort only muddled. So she tied back her sleeves, lit the smaller lamp, though the window still held good light, and came to the blending table dusted with leaf flakes and narrow strips of paper. The table looked exactly as she had left it that morning. A scoop near the scale, the tea tin open, the little reference book she sometimes kept by her elbow when balancing floral notes beside stronger leaf, a spill of lemon balm trimmed away from a bunch, and lying just to the left of the tin where it had not been before, a dried lavender bundle wrapped in blue thread. She stopped with one hand over the measure spoon. The lavender was not in itself strange. Bundles of it passed across this table constantly, and blue thread was no rarity either. Yet something in the neatness of this one held her still. It was tied in 3 places, not 2. The stems had been trimmed precisely level, and the thread was a faded slate blue, old enough to have softened, not the sharper dye from the current spool in her drawer. Samuel, who had set the satchel down by the chair and was looking over the list they had brought back from the estate, glanced up when she did not move. She touched the bundle with one fingertip. "Did you leave this here?" He crossed to the table and looked. No. There was no alarm in his voice, only certainty. That steadied her. Tessa picked up the lavender and weighed it in her palm. It was light, fully cured, the flower heads still holding scent. Beneath the lavender was a faint trace of something else, almost gone, smoke perhaps, or cedar from a drawer. Not enough to claim as clue, nearly enough to keep her attention. She set it down again and looked around the workroom with slower care. Nothing seemed disturbed. The shelves stood in their patient order, labels faced outward. Drying streams overhead, burdened with calendula and meadowsweet, exactly where she remembered them. The back door remained bolted. The little casement over the sink was latched. It was not the sort of intrusion that announced itself by disarray, if intrusion it was at all. Tessa reached instead for the work she had meant to do. She had learned long ago that the hands could sometimes discover what the mind missed if given an honest task. She spooned broad tea leaves into the tin, measured rose petals, pinched fennel seed between finger and thumb and let it fall. The metal scale tipped, then settled. Samuel stayed nearby, not hovering but present, turning pages in the house notes. The lavender bundle remained where she had set it, a small blue-marked interruption in the table's ordinary language. She took down the little reference booklet from beside the scale and opened it to the page she had been using this week. It was nothing mysterious, simply a practical comparison list she had copied out for balancing calming blends when one dried crop proved more potent than another. Beside the booklet lay an ordinary loose sample bundle of lavender tied in plain brown twine from this year's stock. Tessa looked from one bundle to the other. The ordinary one was slightly larger, the heads looser, the stem cut rougher. Brown twine single loop. The blue thread bundle was slimmer and more deliberate, almost formal. Intentional. She set the current season bundle beside it and compared them stem to stem. Samuel came to stand opposite her. "This one's older," he said, nodding to the blue thread. "Yes." She separated a few florets from each onto a scrap of paper. The newer lavender crushed brighter and greener under her nail. The older one released a deeper, quieter scent, fully cured and stored well. "Not this year, likely not last year either. From your stock?" She considered. It could have been once, but if so, it wasn't tied here recently. She lifted the bundle again and turned it over. The thread crossed the stems 3 times and tucked under itself with a tidy finish she did not use. Her own bundles were built for handling and speed. This had been tied by someone who wanted the tie itself to matter. Then she glanced at the reference booklet again and frowned. There should have been a pencil resting inside it, marking a page on floral bitterness. She always left the pencil there because otherwise it rolled under the jars. It was not there now. She checked the table surface, the shelf lip, the floorboards at her feet. No pencil. A small thing, but in a room built on repeated placement, small things were often where change first showed itself. Samuel saw her looking. Missing something? "My page mark." She thumbed through the booklet. Near the middle, where the paper naturally wanted to open, there was a faint impression, not from a pencil but from some folded scrap having been laid there long enough to leave a pressure line. Someone's been at this table. She set the booklet down, moved the tea tin aside so the leaves would not spill, and began to examine the work surface, the way she might examine a plant for blight. Quietly, systematically. Leaf flecks in the grain, paper strips from labels, dusting of nettle powder near the scale, a ring from the base of a water glass she had used at midday. Nothing useful, until she bent to retrieve a rosemary tip that had fallen near the front edge. Under the table, tucked farther back than an accidental draft would have taken it, lay a folded order slip. At first glance it looked ordinary enough. One of her own shop slips, cream paper, with the willow and honey stamp in green at the top. Yet this one had been folded into a narrow strip and pushed against the inner support beam, as if tucked there by a deliberate shoe tip or careful hand. Tessa crouched and reached under. The wood was cool against her wrist. When she drew the slip out, a little dust came with it. Samuel angled the lamp lower without being asked. The order slip was blank on the outside except for the printed header. She unfolded it once, then again. Inside, instead of an order, there was a quick pencil sketch and 3 words. Not a good drawing, but a functional one. A rectangle divided into small panes, one upper corner darkened, and beneath it, a short line of strokes that might be shelf slats or a sill. Beside the sketch, written in hurried block letters, compare to store. Tessa went still for a heartbeat, not from fear now, but from the clean, almost domestic strangeness of it. The message was so practical, not a warning, not a threat, an instruction, clearly meant for someone who knew this room. Storeroom? Samuel asked. Likely. She rose, brushing dust from her skirt. The tea blend could wait. Samuel took the unfinished tin and set the lid loosely over it. She carried both the lavender bundle and the order slip with her. The workroom gave onto the narrow rear passage, then to the storeroom, where extra stock waited in orderly dimness. Bundles hung from rafters, syrup bottles in crates, folded paper sacks, spare labels, seasonal overflow in lidded boxes. The room had one small multi-paned window above a shelf of infusion jars. In late afternoon, it took the last slant of light from the lane and turned dust into a visible thing. The moment she stepped in, the sketch made sense. It was the window, certainly. Small panes in a wooden frame, upper left corner darker than the others where old putty had weathered almost black. Compare to store, she murmured, and crossed to it. The storeroom was neither disturbed nor secretive. It smelled of dried peel and starch paste, with a little resin from the crates. Tessa held the lavender bundle up beneath the window and looked from one to the other. Blue thread, dark corner, nothing. Then she noticed the shelf directly under the sill. It held 3 rows of squat jars of common stock, elderflower, marigold petals, dried rose hips in the first row, behind them comfrey leaf and raspberry leaf, behind those spare corks and paper wraps in 2 shallow trays. Ordinary enough, except that one narrow space at the back had a cleaner rectangle in the dust than the tray currently filling it deserved. Something slightly longer had once sat there. She drew the tray forward. Under it the shelf held the outline of a rectangle, and near one corner a blue fiber caught in the grain. Tessa set down the order slip, pinched up the fiber, and laid it against the thread wrapped round the lavender stems. The color matched closely enough to satisfy her eye. The bundle had likely sat here once, on this shelf under the window, before being moved to her blending table. She looked up again at the panes. Late light came through all of them except the darkened upper one, where old staining in the glass or putty had long reduced the light. The result was subtle, a shelf beneath uneven warmth, one side slightly cooler than the other, enough to matter to drying herbs if someone were attentive. A warm window, of a sort. Whoever had hidden the vial had not sent her only outward to the estate. They had sent her back inward, to a corresponding place in her own shop. Ask there what had been moved from the warm window, yes. Then compare that answer to what had been moved from this one. Tessa began to inspect the shelf in a more practical way. The rectangle left by the missing item was roughly the size of a small ledger or shallow box, longer than the current tray, narrower than a bread tin. She measured it with her handspan. 11 inches, perhaps a little more. At the back edge of the shelf, where it met the wall, there was a faint crescent scrape in the paint, as if something with a rounded corner had been pulled forward many times. "What do you usually keep here?" Samuel asked. "Nothing fixed." She thought through the seasons. Spare wraps, sometimes a narrow box of labels if they're drying flat. "Last winter, I kept waxed papers on this side, because the light warms the gum enough to keep it workable." "Would you remember removing anything like this?" "I would remember if I'd chosen this exact place for long." She rested a finger in the dustless outline. Someone used it steadily. That someone could have been her, years ago, before the room's arrangement settled into its current pattern. Yet the blue fiber argued against complete forgetfulness. The lavender bundle had been tied and stored with intention. She examined the sill next. Nothing hidden under it. No tape, no paper. One pane bore a smear where something resinous had once brushed it and been cleaned away imperfectly. Samuel shifted the lamp and the uneven light sharpened the shelf marks, but yielded nothing else. Tessa looked down at the lavender in her hand, and then at the tray she had moved. Inside lay spare corks, folded wraps, and a small stack of old order slips that had been reused as note paper. She riffled through them. Most were blank or marked with ordinary stock counts. One had a list of jars needing new labels. Another held a sketched apothecary spoon. On the bottom was a narrow strip cut from a heavier card and marked in her own handwriting from some older season. LAV window, not for sale. She let out a small breath. Samuel leaned closer. "Yours?" Yes. It was unmistakably hers, though older and more compact than her current hand. Memory did not return all at once. A run of hot weeks, the annoyance of common stock fading too quickly near a warm pane, a decision to set aside one bundle where the light and warmth would deepen the scent for drawer sachets rather than teas. Not for sale because it had been experimental and perhaps too precious in some private way to be bundled with regular stock. She searched the tray more thoroughly. Under the old slips lay 2 flattened beeswax circles used for sealing jar threads, and tucked under them a thin square of paper folded twice, no larger than a coaster. She opened it carefully. Inside was a pressed lavender stem gone nearly gray with age. Nothing written, yet where the paper had folded over the stem, one side bore a dusting of tiny dark grains. Tessa touched one with a fingernail and brought it close to the light, soot-like again. Not ash exactly, fine enough to be from a stove flue, lamp black, or char from old paper edges. The vial had contained beeswax scent, wild thyme, and dark dust. Here in the storeroom by the warm window was old lavender, a blue fiber matching the wrap, a note in her own old hand, and another trace of that same dark residue. If this was staged recently, it had been staged with material drawn from something genuinely old. "Someone's using your own habits to lead you," Samuel said, "or trusting them." She folded the paper back over the pressed stem and set it aside. "This may have been mine originally. The directing is newer." She took the ordinary current season lavender she had brought from the work table, set it beside the blue thread bundle on the sill, and studied them in the changing light. The newer bundle dulled quickly near the warmer pane, color paling where the light struck strongest. The older blue thread one, though faded already by age, had been racked to shield the heads more fully. A small memory clicked into place. Not a full scene, only Mabel's voice from years before, teasing her for keeping window lavender separately, because she claimed sunlight sweetened the scent if one was patient. Tessa had insisted it was the warmth and circulation, not sunlight alone. She had tied the better bundles with colored thread to mark them from stock. Blue for window-cured lavender. That changed things neatly. The object was no longer just an odd bundle left to be found. It was an old category marker from her own system, one she had not used in years. Whoever placed it on her table knew enough of her past work, to expect the color would eventually matter. If blue thread marked window-cured lavender, there might be other old bundles, records, or containers from the same period still somewhere in storage. She began checking the shelf supports, then the boxes on the floor beneath. One held paper sacks. One held bottle sleeves. A third, narrower and older, was slid so far under the bottom shelf she might not have noticed it had she not been looking for a missing rectangle. Its lid was gone. Dust filmed the top layer of tissue paper inside. Tessa crouched and drew it out. The box was cedar-lined, a little warped, and near the dimensions of the dustless outline on the shelf above. Not a ledger after all. A box that belonged under the warm window and had once been kept there long enough to mark the wood. Someone had later moved it below, perhaps when the room was rearranged, and more recently taken something from it. She peeled back the tissue. Inside lay 6 compartments. 3 were empty. In one rested a handful of lavender heads loose from age. In another, a coil of old blue thread. In the last compartment, a slim packet of labels, weighted by a smooth hive pebble she herself had likely put there to keep the papers flat. The top label, written in her older hand, read, "Window Cure, second steep use only." She smiled despite herself, brief and almost embarrassed. Under the labels was what mattered, a folded inventory card. The card listed several experimental bundles from one summer long past. Lavender, thyme, lemon verbena, small notes on scent retention. Beside one line lavender blue thread, warm window, was a later pencil mark she did not recognize, moved with bee papers. She read it twice to be sure. Samuel saw the line over her shoulder. Bee papers. The phrase sat between them with immediate weight. It matched too many edges at once. The hive book, the warm window, the beeswax in the vial, and now her own old inventory pointing from lavender to some set of papers associated with bees. Not a formal term, Tessa said. Likely mine or someone close to the work. Notes, wrappers, wax sheets, copied hive records, something kept together loosely. Would they still be here? If they had stayed with this box, yes. She looked into the empty compartments. They had not stayed. The next task was simple. Find where her bee-related papers from that period had gone. But before she left the storeroom, she searched the box properly. Between the cedar base and the side panel, her fingertip found a slight lift in the lining. She slid her nail under it, and raised a thin false bottom no thicker than stiff card. Beneath was not a hidden trove, but one small item, a narrow strip of folded wax paper, brittle with age. Inside, sheltered from dust, was a tiny brass key. No ornament on it, only a stamped number near the bow, 7. Tessa held it up to the lamp. It gleamed dully, warm as old honey. Samuel's brows lifted. "Do you know it?" "Not yet." The fact of the key did not startle her as much as the placement did. This, unlike the lavender note in her own hand, had not been part of any old storage system she recognized. Someone had hidden the key deliberately in a space easy to miss unless one handled the box with care. Whether years ago or yesterday remained uncertain. She wrapped it back in the wax paper and slipped it into her pocket. The room had given up what it meant to give. Tessa replaced the labels, left the lining raised for the moment so she would not forget the box had a false bottom, and set the cedar box on the cleared shelf beneath the window where it belonged. Then she took the blue thread lavender bundle, the inventory card, the pressed stem paper, and the order slip back toward the workroom. The blending table looked different now, not because it had changed, but because she had. The tea tin waited open under its lid. Leaf flecks still freckled the wood. The ordinary reference booklet lay where she had left it. Yet the center of importance had shifted decisively away from the vial that had started all this. The object that mattered now was the lavender bundle, because it linked her present table to an older window practice and pointed directly to missing bee papers. She set everything in a neat line beside the scale, and after the smallest hesitation, reached for the teaspoon again. Samuel gave her a look she knew well by now, the one that asked whether she was about to pretend not to be in the middle of a mystery by finishing practical tasks. "I need the blend measured before the evening damp gets into the petals," she said. That would be catastrophic. It made her laugh, which was a relief. She measured quickly this time, not because she cared less, but because the pattern was already in her hands. Tea leaf, balm, rose, fennel, a breath of lavender from current stock, not the old blue thread bundle. She sealed the tin, labeled it, and slid it aside for the front shelf. Samuel gathered the stray paper strips into a little stack while she worked. Another tiny act of order she accepted without comment. Once the immediate task was closed, the next thread stood ready. Bee papers. Key number 7. Compare to store. The estate's clerk had claimed that from their warm window there had been wax tablets, seed papers, drying slips. Here, from her own warm window, an old inventory said lavender had been moved with bee papers. The overlap was too close to ignore. Tessa pulled her records drawer open beneath the table. Inside were current order books, supplier lists, and a shallower packet of older shop notes she kept, because practical people rarely threw away methods that had once worked. She began with bee-related materials, old labels for honey salves, wax order tallies, notes from the season she had helped a neighboring farm with comb renderings. Samuel, catching the line of search, moved to the cabinet by the wall, where obsolete receipt books and retired stock ledgers were stacked by year. They did not speak much. The shop settled around them. Outside, a cart rolled slowly past. Somewhere in the front room, the little clock above the tonic shelf ticked into the next quarter hour. Tessa found references to beeswax by the half-pound, then to salve tins, then to herb drying times near hives. Useful in themselves, not useful now. She shifted to older personal notes she had once tucked among business papers when there had been no better place. There she found sketches of hive frames, notes on nectar flow, a page comparing time bloom dates against honey strength. Better. Then between two folded supplier letters, a list headed simply bee papers to sort. Her pulse gave one small pleased beat. The list was frustratingly incomplete. No attached packet remained, but beneath the heading she had written several categories in her compact older script. Queen, notes not mine. Copied page from Garth Hive Ledger. Warm window sachet labels. Winter feeding figures. Old map. Check provenance. Tessa read the line about the copied page twice. Hawthorne Estate again. There it was in her own old notes linking bee papers in her possession to a copied page from the Garth Hive Ledger. Samuel. He came over from the cabinet, carrying a thin stack of receipt books. She passed him the list and watched him take in the entries. He tapped once near the copied page line. So your bee papers included something from the estate. At least a copy. Can you date it? She turned the paper toward the lamp. No year written, but the back held part of a supplier bill whose printed design she remembered from before Mr. Bell changed his stationery. Roughly 6 or 7 years ago, maybe a little more. Samuel considered that. Enough time for memories to go soft, not enough time for everything to vanish by accident. No, not if sorted by someone careful. And the note, old map, check provenance, pricked at her too, though she let it remain secondary. She searched the drawer for the missing packet, but found only the list. Samuel checked the retired ledgers, then the archive shelf in the front office nook. No BE Papers packet appeared. Tessa stood still for a moment and let herself think not of what ought to be there, but of what people did when sorting mixed papers. They grouped by size, by topic, by whether a thing felt official enough to save separately. If some of the bee papers included copied ledgers and notes not her own, she might once have moved them out of practical shop storage and into the private cabinet upstairs, or, if more sensitive, into the old writing desk she seldom used now. The key in her pocket touched against her hand as she shifted. Number 7. Her writing desk had no numbered locks. The medicine cabinet did not either. Numbered keys in her world belonged chiefly to drawers and shared cabinets, old traveling cases, and lockboxes. The old dispensary chest in the back office had numbered drawers. She turned at once toward the little office alcove off the passage. It held a couch, wrapping twine, a stool, and against the wall an inherited dispensary chest with many shallow drawers, most long since repurposed. Small brass pulls, tiny stamped numbers. She had not used all of them in years. Samuel followed without question. The chest stood under a shelf of account books, modest and worn. The varnish thinned where generations of hands had opened it. Tessa knelt and looked along the drawer labels. Most were now botanical: elder, mint, seeds, corks. Some number stamps had worn away, but several remained. Drawer 7 sat third row down, left side, unlabeled. That alone was enough to tell her. She rarely opened it now. She took the waxed paper-wrapped key from her pocket, unfolded it, and inserted it into the lock. It fit with the soft certainty of long waiting. The turn was stiff but clean. For a moment she simply rested her fingers on the pull, not out of dread, out of respect perhaps, for the way the day had arranged itself, from a vial among laundry, to the house's evasions, to her own blending table, to old lavender, and then here, to a drawer she owned but had nearly forgotten. She opened it. Inside, laid tidily in a shallow stack, were papers wrapped in a sheet of waxed cloth gone translucent with age. Even before she touched them, the faint smell rose: beeswax, dried herbs, and the ghost of smoke-dark dust. Bee papers, then. Tessa lifted the bundle out and set it on the stool under the lamplight. The top wrapping was tied with, of course, blue thread. Samuel exhaled softly through his nose, almost a laugh. She untied it carefully. The thread gave without breaking. Inside were mixed materials exactly as the old sorting list had promised: folded wax wraps, small notes on hive temper and feeding, sachet labels from the warm window experiments, and several copied pages in a hand that was not hers. Near the middle lay a single sheet on heavier paper, with a penciled notation along the top edge. The words were brief and slanting: not the hive book, the margin copy. Tessa did not yet unfold that sheet. The immediate moment had already yielded more than enough. The bee papers existed. They had been hidden in her own chest under a numbered drawer, tied with the same blue thread as the lavender bundle, and someone had gone to some trouble to bring her back to them, without simply placing them in her hand. She gathered the bundle together again, not retied but held in careful order. Samuel, watching her face rather than the papers, seemed to understand that she had reached the day's natural stopping place. "We lock up first," she said. He nodded. Tessa lifted the bee papers and the lavender bundle together, the old thread trailing over her fingers, and carried them back toward the workroom, while the evening light thinned at the window, and one small deliberate thread pulled the mystery onward. Chapter 5. Pale Spring Honey. By late afternoon the pantry had taken on that dim amber hush it always held before supper, when the house settled and even the shelves seemed to breathe more quietly. The row of finished honey catches along the back wall had gone from bright gold to a softer inward light. Tessa stood with her sleeves rolled above her wrists and a tea towel tucked at her waist, sorting the empty jars she had washed that morning into orderly lines on the scrub table. Small with small, broad with broad, the tall narrow ones for dried stems and steeping blends, the squat round ones for comb scraps or salves, or whatever later season required. It was peaceful work, the kind that asked only enough attention to settle a mind that had spent too much of the day in papers, copied margins, and the uneasy sense of being guided through her own rooms by someone who knew them almost as well as she did. She had brought the bee papers upstairs after locking the shop side for the evening, but had not opened them again. Not yet. The copied note tied to the house, the blue thread, the leading from work table to storeroom to false bottom and brass key, None of it wanted muddled handling while the day's tinctures were still in her hands. Routine first, she had told herself. Clean jars, pantry order, bread set out to cool. A person thought better while doing one real thing at a time. She lifted another stack from the draining cloth and nested 2 medium jars together with a soft glass chime. When she reached for the next, her fingers paused. A label lay curled inside the jar, not pasted on the outer glass where it belonged, not fallen loose from a bundle waiting to be used, but tucked all the way down at the bottom as though someone had rolled it small and slipped it in for keeping. She tipped the jar toward the light and narrowed her eyes. It was not one of her current labels. Those were cream, square-cornered, and plainly printed by her own hand. This one was older, cut from softer paper with one edge slightly uneven. The ink had browned a little. Through the glass she could make out only part of the writing, enough to catch spring and pale before the curl folded it away. Tessa set down the jar she was holding and picked up the one with the hidden label. It was dry inside, clean, and smelled faintly, impossibly, of warmed wax rather than soap. She turned it over, and the rolled strip slid but did not fall. A tucked-in label was unlike her. She kept labels in packets, spoiled ones in a drawer, old examples tied in bundles if she meant to save them at all. She did not put them into jars, unless she had done it quickly for a reason, or someone else had. The thought did not sharpen into alarm. It moved instead through the softer channels her mind trusted first. Where did this belong? And why had it strayed? The wrongness here was not rough. She went to the shelf by the pantry door where she kept a little basket of tools and found a narrow spoon handle. With patient taps against her palm, she coaxed the curled paper upward until she could catch it between finger and thumb and draw it out intact. The label was for pale spring honey. The script was certainly hers, but older than the label she used now. Beneath the words in much smaller writing was a date from 2 years before, only the month and the little mark she used in household stock to note the first hive draw of the season. There was no price. This had never been for sale. It was a pantry label meant for a jar kept in the house. The paper had faint creases from having once wrapped around glass and been eased off again. On the back, barely visible unless tilted, was the calloused oval of grease, where a pin or brooch had rested against it for some time. Tessa set the label on the table and reached into the back of the empty jar. Her fingers touched linen, a little square, folded into itself and pressed so tightly into the curve that it had blended with the dimness at the bottom. She teased it loose and laid it beside the label. The linen was old but clean, the sort she used for wrapping delicate things that ought not scratch in drawers. The fold was careful. When she opened it, a small pin dropped into her palm. A bee made in dull gold metal softened by years of handling. Not fine jewelry, but pretty in the modest, useful way of old practical ornament. The wings were etched with narrow lines, and one tiny chip of amber glass sat in the body where a stripe might have been. The clasp at the back was the older style she remembered from her mother's sewing tin and Mabel's cardigan brooches. A bee veil pin. She crossed the pantry to the hook by the back door where her veil hat hung. Beside it, on the chair back, lay the folded bee veil tied with cream ribbon after washing. She touched the edge of the netting, then looked back at the pin. This was not one she used now. Hers was plainer and newer and kept with the veil, yet this little bee belonged unmistakably to that family of things. The immediate question was simple enough. Did it belong where she had found it? She carried the pin, linen, and old label to the pantry shelf that held the finished honey catches. Most were from the previous summer and autumn, deeper gold, chestnut, copper, one nearly the color of tea where the late blossoms had run darker than expected. Along the far end were 2 small spaces where jars had once stood, left empty because she had used those last over winter. If pale spring honey from 2 years before had been kept there, it would not have remained. She would have used it for sore throats, perhaps, or set it out with bread in April, and then forgotten the jar because there had been so little of it. She bent, checking the shelf carefully. Dust patterns told domestic truths if one looked kindly enough. A broad jar had stood in one empty place not long ago. Its ring still marked the wood. Another little circle sat farther back and slightly to the right, older and fainter. A squat jar. The one now in her hand matched it well enough. So yes, perhaps the jar belonged here once, but not empty, not with the label removed and hidden inside around a wrapped pin. She checked the jar itself more carefully. One side carried the faint tacky feel of old gum where a label had once adhered. The inside shoulder had a thin, cloudy line left by honey, not perfectly rinsed away the first time. Around the base, almost invisible, was a nick in the glass, no bigger than a seed. That she remembered. The jar had knocked against the stone sink edge the year she was trying to decant too quickly before a storm. So the jar was truly hers. She had used it, washed it, and somehow ended with this tucked inside. That brought the matter inward again, into the house and the ordinary patterns of her own hands. She turned through recent memory while she restacked the nearest line of jars just to keep her body moving. Had she hidden a pin after washing an old veil, found it in a drawer or basket, meant to mend the clasp? No. The pale spring honey did stir a memory, though faint and luffled at the edges. A very light batch, almost green gold in certain morning sun, thinner than summer honey, and with a delicate floral taste that vanished quickly on the tongue. She had set aside 2 jars, because it was unusual, and because one comb had come in from early forage after a warm spell. She remembered writing the labels at the kitchen table, while her veil dried by the door. There was one person more likely than anyone to know whether this sort of little household misplacing had a paper shadow somewhere. Tessa had not intended to involve Mabel in what she had found in the dispensary chest until she understood more. But a domestic jar, with an old bee veil pin, was gentler ground. It could still be nothing more than a shelved remembrance, and if it was not, Mabel would see the shape of it without forcing it into something louder. The decision came quietly and changed the evening all the same. Tessa rewrapped the pin in the linen, slid the label into the middle fold so it would not crumple, and set both into her apron pocket. Then she finished the immediate work before she let herself be drawn away. The remaining empties sorted, the draining cloth wrung out and hung, the cupboard door latched against drafts. By the time she untied her apron, the pantry had darkened to a dusky glow, and the finished honey catches reflected only a thin line of the room. She took up the folded bee veil from the chair before she left the house, more from instinct than plan. In the little front room she spread the veil on the table under the lamp and checked the seams, ribbon edge and collar fastening. Nothing hidden there. No missing old pin. The cream ribbon was newer than the veil itself. Her current plain fastening sat where it belonged in the sewing tray. The veil hat on the back door hook yielded no answer either, though when she lifted it down and turned the brim in her hands, she found one place where an older pin could once have rested in the band, weaving a minutely rubbed patch. That proved little. She set both things carefully back and gathered her shawl. The library would still be open for another hour at least. Mabel often stayed later to mend periodicals or put clippings in order, especially on damp evenings when foot traffic had thinned and the reading room settled into a contented hush. Tessa checked that the bee papers remained where she had left them in their blue thread wrapping on her private desk drawer, then locked up and stepped out. The air had cooled enough to smell faintly of damp brick and leaf mold. Windows along the lane held lamplight behind curtains. Somewhere a pan lid clinked, and a dog gave one soft, uncommitted bark. Tessa walked at an even pace, one hand in her shawl pocket resting over the little linen parcel. She tried not to turn the matter into a knot. There was a jar, an old label, a bee veil pin, all found in the pantry among emptied household stores. However neatly they sat beside the bee papers in her mind, they did not yet belong to that other mystery, simply because she had found them on the same day. Someone had wrapped the pin to keep it from scratching or being lost. Someone had kept the label attached to the object in some meaningful way. By the time she reached Bramble Nook Library, the windows glowed honey pale against the growing blue outside. Mabel was visible through the glass in the reading room, standing on a low stool to reshelve a ledger-sized volume. She climbed down before Tessa had fully opened the door and looked up with immediate curiosity. "You've brought your thinking face," Mabel said. Tessa smiled despite herself. "I've brought a jar question." Mabel took that in as a serious category. She shut the ledger, set it square on the return cart, and led the way to the long table nearest the lamp, without asking for the whole story at once. Tessa laid out the pieces carefully. First the old label for pale spring honey, then the little linen square, then the bee pin nestled in its middle. Mabel leaned in, hands folded at first, then reaching only when Tessa nodded permission. She turned the label front and back, then picked up the pin by its clasp. "Yours? I thought perhaps once. I'm no longer sure. The jar is mine, I'm sure of that." "And these were inside it?" "Tucked in the bottom. The jar was among my empties in the pantry." Mabel looked down again, not dramatic, just attentive. "This label is from your old household stock, before you changed to the square corners." "Yes. The pin's older than the label, though. Look there." She tipped it so the lamp caught a slight wear mark on the back, where another style of clasp had once been repaired. Not antique exactly, but not recent. Tessa rested her elbows lightly on the table. "Does it strike you as familiar?" Mabel rose, crossed to a cabinet of ephemera boxes, and returned with one narrow tray and a cloth-wrapped bundle of small domestic catalogs, church sale lists, and local notices. "It strikes me as ordinary in the most troublesome way," she said. "The kind of useful little thing many women owned, and no one thought to write down. But the amber body is a touch distinctive. I've seen that combination somewhere." She opened the tray. It held a miscellany of saved fragments, invitation scraps, seed packets, old labels from the grocer, patterns clipped from magazines, notices written in iron gall hands, and newer fountain pen loops. She moved through them with quick confidence, pausing now and then to check one against another. At length Mabel drew out a folded leaflet no larger than her palm. Not this exactly, but perhaps adjacent. It was an old notice for the spring fair from some years back, listing stalls and practical exhibitions in faded ink. At the bottom, beekeeping supplies. There had been a visiting seller once, only the 1 year, who offered veil netting, smokers, wax molds, and small fittings. Tessa scanned the print, no bee pin mentioned, but a line about hat fasteners and keeper pins. The memory shifted a little. "I did buy a replacement fastening at a fair once," Tessa said slowly. "My older one had gone missing or bent. I remember being annoyed because I needed it before an inspection." Mabel turned to another box, this one holding neatly tied packets of town circulars sorted by season rather than strict year. She sifted through spring fair notices, seed exchanges, church bulb sales, first market dates, and weather clippings marked by late frosts. Tessa reached for the honey label again. If she had written it the same year she bought a replacement veil pin, the jar and pin might have become linked by no mystery at all. Old fastening found, racked for safekeeping, tucked into an emptied honey jar, with its own label until she had time to decide what to do with it. That would be exactly the sort of stopgap she might use in a busy April. But why then had the jar surfaced now, among empties she was only just sorting? And why did the older things she had uncovered at the shop carry the same feeling of being nudged into sight? Mabel pulled free a clipped household column from the local sheet and laid it open. Here. The piece was chiefly about weather and early blossom, but tucked at the end was a brief note on the spring fair's postponed bee lecture after a windy days had ruined one of the demonstration veils. Tessa almost laughed at the sharp certainty of memory that came at once. Yes, that year, I tore my collar fastening trying to help secure a net that would not sit right. I bought a replacement on the spot because I needed one for the next morning. Mabel nodded. Then this pin could be the older fastening. Saved because it was pretty, though no longer dependable. Tessa rolled that gently through her mind. It fit. I may have meant to mend the clasp and then never did. Or to keep it because someone gave it to you. That settled differently. Tessa looked at the pin anew. Perhaps. Mabel did not press. The label with it is more interesting to me than the pin. Yes, people wrap a small object in whatever is nearest, but they choose a particular old label only if the date or contents matter, or if the label happened already to be on the jar and they did not bother to separate them. Tessa nodded. I don't know whether the honey and pin belong together or merely ended in the same place. Then check whether the jar belongs where it was found, not in general, specifically. Pantry stock has habits. The phrase pleased Tessa because it was true. She described the shelf rings, the faint circle where a squat jar had once stood, the position among the finished catches. Mabel listened, then asked the one question that made the shape alter. Was the pale spring honey ever decanted at table? It was too little and too special. I kept it in its original jars. Then if the label had been taken off after use, the jar was likely washed for reuse in the workroom, not returned to the pantry. You are particular about pantry labels. No, Tessa said slowly. I would have soaked it off and discarded it, unless I meant to remember the batch. Mabel's expression softened into quiet alertness. Then perhaps you did mean to remember it. The answer was not complete, but it turned the clue from mere object to intentional bundle. Tessa put her fingertips on the label. Because the honey was unusual, or because something happened while you had it. The little bee pin glinted once under the lamp. Tessa thought of the bee papers hidden in drawer 7, of copied margins and old notes from the warm window shelf. Someone had wanted her to compare one thing against another. Here, too, comparison seemed to matter. Not any honey, but this pale spring honey. Not any pin, but one wrapped with its label. She could feel the moment where she might either tell Mabel everything about the estate, the blue thread, the hidden order slip, the recovered papers, or keep tonight to the object actually on the table. Until now she had been leaning toward the latter. Yet the steadiness of Mabel's reasoning made concealment seem less prudent than before. Tessa drew a breath and chose. There is another reason I came, she said. I found something today in the shop. More than one thing. I thought I ought to sort it alone first. Mabel did not startle, only folded her hands and waited. So Tessa gave her the condensed truth. The unfamiliar older lavender bundle on her work table, tied with blue thread, the hidden order slip directing her to compare it to the storeroom, the old warm window shelf, and her recovered notes. The mention of bee papers moved with lavender, the cedar box false bottom and brass key marked 7, the open drawer in the dispensary chest, the bee papers and margin copy linked to Hawthorne Estate. By the end, Mabel had gone very still. She looked from Tessa to the old honey label and back again. And this was found afterward, in your pantry among household jars? Yes, on the same day. Mabel considered. You thought first it might be unrelated? I still think it may be, or partly, but it does not feel accidental. No, Mabel touched the edge of the linen square. Someone is guiding by domestic memory. That is what joins them, whether or not the objects come from the same hand. The sentence settled the matter more firmly than anything else had. Domestic memory, not threats, not thefts, not dramatic warnings left in public view. A work table bundle, a warm window shelf, a false bottom in a familiar cedar box. Now a pantry jar with a label from a particular spring and a bee veil kin racked like a keepsake. Whoever arranged these things trusted she would understand her own habits, if led carefully enough. Tessa let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. That is exactly how it feels. Mabel glanced toward the closed reading room door, then stood and crossed to turn the key in the inner office latch, not to shut anyone out from danger, merely to buy them a pocket of uninterrupted quiet. Returning, she brought one more item from a side shelf, a flat notebook of her own, covered in brown paper and tied with narrow tape. "I think," she said, "you should no longer sort this alone." The lead changed shape right there. Until that moment, Tessa had thought perhaps to keep Mabel as an occasional second pair of eyes, helpful with records, perhaps a date or clipping now and then, while Tessa did the rest herself in the spaces between customers and hive work. But domestic memory altered her understanding. This was not only a matter of herbs or bee craft or copied notes. It touched household habits, saved ephemera, years folded into ordinary objects. Mabel belonged inside that pattern, not at its edge. Tessa nodded once. Mabel untied the notebook. "Then we begin by making one orderly list." The pages were ruled and immaculate. Across the top of the set open page she wrote, in her clear small hand, a date, and beneath it a sequence of short entries, as Tessa supplied them. Older lavender bundle, blue thread, hidden order slip, warm window shelf, older notes, bee papers moved, cedar box, false bottom, brass key 7, drawer 7, copied the estate material, pantry jar, pale spring honey label, bee veil can wrapped in linen. She left spaces between each item. Then she drew a small mark beside the last two. "These are domestic, not dispensary." Tessa looked at the notation and felt oddly comforted. Distinctions mattered. This mystery, if mystery it was, had rooms. Now, Mabel said, "What immediate action can be resolved tonight?" It was a practical question, and because it was practical, Tessa knew the answer. Whether the jar belongs where it was found. And it belonged there once, but not empty, and not by habit after use. If I preserved the label and pin together, I meant to remember something about that spring honey. She touched the paper entry with one finger. So the jar's placement in the pantry now is meaningful, whether by my own forgotten hand or someone else's careful return. Mabel nodded. "Good, that is enough for one evening. The next question is where pale spring honey from that season might have left another trace." "In household notes," Tessa said at once. "Kitchen tallies, remedy pages, hive records. And perhaps with me, if that spring fair clipping stirred your memory, there may be more around it. Letters, event notices, maybe even a borrowing record if you took out something on bee illnesses or forage that year." Tessa smiled faintly. "You would remember my bee illnesses." "I remember everyone's bee illnesses," Mabel said. They spent the next half hour not solving but preparing, which was often the soundest sort of progress. Mabel fetched a slim stack of scrap slips and copied down the exact date from the old label, the fair postponement clipping date, and 2 adjacent weeks likely to matter. Tessa, prompted by this tidy scaffolding, remembered enough to add a few more useful details. The pale spring honey had come from the hive nearest the garden wall. The batch had been small, because weather turned cool immediately after the early forage. She had perhaps set one jar aside, not only because it was delicate, but because it seemed to soothe a particular rawness in the throat more quickly than darker honeys. Mabel marked that too, and beside it wrote, "Check remedy notebook." Once or twice they tested a possibility and let it go without worrying it thin. Could the pin have belonged to someone else who helped with the hives? Perhaps, but no one came to mind with certainty. Could the pantry jar have been moved recently from another cupboard? Possible. Tessa promised to inspect the house shelves with more care in the morning, especially the sewing drawer and the old basket where odd hive fittings sometimes landed. The library thinned around them. Mabel rose once to lower a lamp wick and once to latch the front door after the final borrower left. When she returned, the reading room felt more like a private parlor than a public place, though the books stood all around in their usual witness. At last, Mabel gathered the slips in the notebook into a tidy pile and looked at Tessa with the mild firmness that often disguised a decision already made. "You'll bring me the copied Hawthorne estate material tomorrow," she said, "and any household notebook mentioning that spring honey." "I will. I'd also like to see the bee papers in their wrapping. The blue thread may matter less than the repetition of careful tying." Again Tessa nodded. The relief in agreeing was greater than she had foreseen. Not because she felt unequal to the mystery alone, but because mysteries arranged through rooms of care should be answered in company that understood care as language. Mabel rewrapped the bee pin in its linen and returned it to Tessa, then handed over the pale spring honey label separately in a scrap of clean paper so the old surface would not rub. "Keep them flat tonight. Don't put them back in the jar." "No. The jar itself? I'll leave it on the pantry table until morning. If I set it back too soon, I may stop seeing it." Wise. They put away the clipping bundles, straightened the chairs they had drawn close to the lamp, and left the table looking no more dramatic than any other evening's quiet work. Yet the shape of things had changed. Tessa felt it as she gathered her shawl and tucked the wrapped pin safely into her pocket once more. At the door Mabel paused, one hand on the latch. "Tessa," she turned. "If someone is leading you, they are doing it through what you keep, not what you fear. That may not make it harmless, but it does make it legible." The words went with Tessa into the cool night like a small, steady lantern. Outside, the lane had deepened to full evening. The library windows reflected the first star and a wavering suggestion of lamplight behind her. She walked home more slowly than she had come, not from fatigue, but because the world had resumed its ordinary scale. Bread scents drifted from one house. Somewhere someone laughed, and then shut a door softly on the sound. At home she did exactly as resolved. She set the empty jar in the middle of the pantry table where it could not disappear among others. She laid the pale spring honey label flat between two clean recipe cards under the sugar bowl to keep it smooth. The bee veil pin, still in linen, she placed beside the folded bee veil, tied with cream ribbon, not hidden, only waiting. Then she stood a moment by the back door with her hand on the veil hat hanging there, looking at the worn patch in the band with less impatience now than curiosity. Tomorrow she would bring the bee papers and copied house material to Mabel. Before that, she would search her household notes for pale spring honey and inspect the old hive things with a better eye. The immediate action was done. The jar had been recognized for what it was, not stray, but placed. When she lowered the pantry lamp, the finished honey catches along the shelf gave back one last dim glow, and then went still, keeping their color in the dark until morning. Chapter 6. The Thyme Envelope. By the time the kettle had gone from first whisper to a steady little hum, Tessa had already tied the stems into 2 neat bundles and laid them across the work table to check their balance. The morning had come in pale and cool, but now the light had found the front windows, waking color from the jars in the cabinet and pulling a faint resinous sweetness from the cut herbs. It was the sort of hour when the shop settled into itself easily. Wood held last night's polish, glass answered light. The room felt arranged enough to think in. She lifted the first bundle, tightened the twine where the stalks narrowed, and crossed to the warm window where strings were already hung with sprigs in different stages of becoming. She reached up to hook the bundle beside a strand of lemon balm gone silver green with age. The hook caught, but the bundle sagged at an awkward angle. Tessa frowned, lowered it, and looked more closely at the line. Someone had shifted the spacing. Not much, an inch, perhaps 2, between one hook and the next. On another morning she might have thought she had done it herself, while distracted, except she never crowded the warm window line. Certain leaves needed air around them, Yet there they were, 3 hooks drawn closer together than the others, making room at the far end for a gap broad enough to hold something larger than herb bunches. She stood on her toes and touched the empty place. The twine there was newer than the rest, pale and stiff, and there was a faint crescent of dust on the wood above it, where something had hung long enough to shelter the surface behind. The kettle clicked softly behind her. Tessa looked from the altered line to the cabinet, then back again. The irregularity was small, domestic, almost apologetic. That alone made it impossible to ignore. She fetched the short stool. Standing on it, she peered at the beam over the window. The old hooks were dark with age and faintly tacky from years of herbal oils. The added one gleamed brighter at the bend. It had been screwed in carefully, in line with the others. Below it on the sill itself, a little drift of dried matter had collected in the corner where the frame met the wall. Tessa pinched some between finger and thumb. Not leaf dust, not flour. The particles were papery and pale, with the faint dry smell of seed husks. She stepped down and crossed to the sink to rinse her fingers. Near the rack, waiting to be shelved, sat the line of tincture bottles she had strained 2 days before. She reached for the tray automatically and stopped when she counted 1, 2, 3, 4 and a gap. No bottle was missing. The empty space was where a bottle stood among the others, corked and filled, but with no tag tied at its neck. Tessa lifted it from the tray. The glass was warm from the sun and stained a deep green that obscured the color within, unless held just so. She tilted it toward the window. A dark gold tincture slid against the side, clear and properly settled. The knot at the neck was there, and a short length of faded string remained under it, the cut end frayed. The tag itself was gone. That was stranger than a moved hook. Labels came away by dampness, rough handling, neglect. Tags did not vanish cleanly unless somebody untied them or cut them free. She set the bottle alone on the work table and brought the tray over. The morning's list in her head softened and rearranged itself. Instead, she began with what sat nearest to the bottle. There was comfort in sorting. She lined the bottles by size, then by date, then by the shape of the knots she herself had tied. Most wore plain paper tags with her compact hand on them: lemon balm, elderflower, meadowsweet, yarrow. 2 had older tags made from heavier stock. The tagless bottle belonged to the newer set by cork and fill line, but the string around its neck was not one she had used this month. It was softer, a waxed linen thread from the drawer beneath the wrapping shelf, where she kept stronger cord for parcels. Tessa opened the drawer. Within lay the expected order of things: folded papers, bundles of cut twine, sealing wax, spare labels, a small pair of scissors, and at the back the linen thread card, set not lengthwise as she stored it, but diagonally, as if returned in haste. One strip had been snipped recently. The cut was clean and bright against the slightly darkened thread beside it. A changed hook, seed husks beneath the window, a newer piece of thread around an unlabeled bottle. None of it was loud. All of it belonged to use. That was what made the pattern persuasive. The shop was not being disturbed by clumsy searching. Something was being done here with care. She looked toward the cabinet. The glass jar cabinet stood against the inner wall, where the light from the front windows struck it by reflection rather than directly. From across the room it looked exactly as it should, ordered by use and season. Up close, little adjustments spoke. Tessa opened the right-hand door. The scent that came out was familiar and dense: chamomile, mint, fennel, a quiet bitterness from roots tucked farther back. She moved nothing at first. A jar of dried calendula sat half an inch farther forward than the line. Behind the row of tinctures there was a narrow, clear place in the dust, where something rectangular had rested and been lifted away. And on the second shelf, where labels faced outward like disciplined little flags, one bottle of valerian tincture leaned against the side, as though returned without the usual correction of her hand. She touched the valerian bottle, then the ones beside it. Stable. She took them out, set them on the table, and peered at the back panel. No hidden compartment, no loose board, just wood warmed by the room. On the shelf below, her fingers paused over a squat bottle of feverfew tincture. Its tag was present, but when she turned it, she saw writing impressed faintly through the paper from something once laid atop it. Not enough to read, only shallow grooves in lines too regular to be accidental. She held it at an angle, numbers perhaps, or a list. She put it aside and kept going. She removed each object from the cabinet in a narrow span around where the tagless bottle had stood, and made 3 small groupings on the table. Things wholly ordinary, things recently handled, things that did not belong with the same quiet certainty as the rest. Into the first went the calendula, fennel seed, comfrey root, and 2 syrup bottles. Into the second went the leaning valerian, the feverfew with the pressed marks, a jar of dried rose petals with a lid not tightened fully, and the tagless bottle. Into the third, after a moment's hesitation, she placed a little remedy book that usually lived flat on the lower shelf. It had no reason to be there, upright between 2 larger ledgers. Tessa picked it up. The cover was worn smooth at the corners from years of ordinary handling. The cloth faded from once dark blue to a softened slate. She used it often enough to note combinations, substitutions, and the practical versions of recipes she trusted most. It belonged by the work table where she could reach it while blending. She had certainly not stored it in the cabinet behind tinctures. She thumbed through the pages. At first glance, nothing jumped out. Her own hand moved across the paper in neat entries, with occasional older notes tucked in the margins from Mabel's instruction or some remembered remedy from years before. A slight thickening near the middle made her stop. She eased the leaves apart, and found only a narrow gap where an object had recently rested. The page bowed faintly around the shape that had been there, rectangular, thin, no larger than 2 fingers laid side by side. Not there now. She closed the book, and looked back toward the window with its widened spacing on the drying line. Something larger had hung there. Something that shed dry husks. A packet, perhaps. A cluster of gathered seed heads. Yet if the remedy book had held an inserted paper, and the cabinet shelf showed a rectangle removed, and one tincture wore a different thread as if retied after handling, then this was not simply storing harvest where there was room. The space itself had been used as a place to sort or hide. She set the book beside the bottle and went to fetch the bundle still waiting on the sill. There was no point in standing in the middle of the room and feeling the pattern tighten. She rehung the herbs, this time choosing a hook away from the altered section. Then she took down the 2 older bundles nearest the suspicious gap to inspect what clung around them. One was hyssop, dry and dusty. The other, dill umbels saved for seed, nearly empty now except for the brittle architecture of their stems. As she lifted the dill, a few remaining seeds rattled softly onto the sill. She looked at them, then at the pale papery drift in the corner. Not dill. These husks were flatter, lighter, more like the chaff of something stored in an envelope and spilled sparingly, rather than shaken from a drying head. She fetched a white saucer from the back room and brushed the sill's drift onto it with the side of her hand. Among the dust lay 3 intact seeds, small, brown, oval, each with a pale edge. She knew them, not medicinal, garden seed. Tessa carried the saucer back to the table and set it beside the remedy book. If someone had hung a packet or envelope in that space by the window, and if seeds had escaped there, then whatever had been moved from the remedy book might be tied to planting rather than medicine. The thought reached back of its own accord toward the spring honey label and the bee veil pin tucked where they had no business being except as a message arranged through familiar habits. Domestic memory, Mabel had called it, not random, a hand using the logic of a life to point, prod, insist. The front bell gave a modest tap. A woman stood in the doorway with a basket over one arm and had come too early for syrup. Tessa sold her the syrup anyway and wrapped it with efficient gentleness. While she tied the parcel, she found herself watching the linen thread she chose and noticing how automatically her fingers made the same knot each time. The customer left with thanks. When the door shut, the room resumed its almost listening stillness. Tessa returned to the table and opened the remedy book again, more methodically this time. She turned page by page, paying attention to slight discolorations and imprints, to where papers had rested over years. Dried mint once, judging by the green ghost in one section, a shopping list folded and forgotten. At last, near a page on simple poultices and household washes, she found a fresh crease crossing the margin at a slant unlike the settled bends elsewhere. On the facing page, a tiny smear of soil marked the lower corner. Soil in the remedy book, seed husks by the drying line, a missing inserted paper. She glanced at the cabinet again, and then to the narrow shelf under the counter, where recent incoming things waited before being sorted into their true places. A small stack of seed catalogs from late winter leaned there, along with 2 packets she had bought for the back patch and not yet planted. The overlap between remedy and garden had always existed in her work. There was nothing odd in seeds entering the shop, but tucking one inside the remedy book, then storing the book in the cabinet among tinctures, then altering the drying line, those were acts of placement, not convenience. She decided to look not for what was absent, but for where something absent might have gone. The altered section of the window line suggested temporary hanging. The back rectangle on the cabinet shelf suggested an object laid flat behind bottles. The tagless tincture suggested a label or slip removed and not replaced. She lifted the bottle again and uncorked it carefully. The scent rose at once, warm and faintly peppery beneath alcohol. Not feverfew, not valerian, not anything she had strained this week. She touched one drop to the inside of her wrist, let the spirit bite away enough to release the herb beneath, and recognized it after a breath. Motherwort, made stronger than she usually prepared it, from a batch at least a season older than the recent tray. The bottle did belong here after all, but not where she had first assumed. It had been pulled from older stock and set among the new, which meant the missing tag mattered even more. A bottle without a tag was not merely unlabeled, it was untethered from date and purpose. In a cabinet like hers, that was almost the same as being hidden. She corked it and turned to the old stock shelf on the far side, where tinctures from previous seasons stood in disciplined ranks. There was a space there too, narrow and empty, between skullcap and hawthornberry. The dust line fit the base of the tagless bottle exactly. She set it into the gap and looked along the row. Every other bottle wore a tag aged to the same soft cream. This one alone stood bare. Tessa slid the adjacent bottles aside in case the tag had simply slipped behind them. Nothing. She crouched to inspect the shelf boards and found, caught against the back edge, a scrap of paper no bigger than a fingernail. She teased it free. It was part of the tag, cut not torn, with only the lower curve of one inked letter remaining. The paper smelled faintly of alcohol and old lavender from having rested near neighboring bottles. No help in the fragment itself, but the clean cut matched the snipped linen thread from the drawer. Someone had removed the tag deliberately from an older motherwort tincture and tied the bottle among the fresh lot. For a moment Tessa simply sat back on her heels, the little scrap on her palm. Motherwort, remedies for strain, for steadiness, for the heart in its broad old household sense. A bottle pulled from old stock and moved forward into notice. If the hand arranging these things wanted her to see something, the choice of bottle might not be accidental. But the practical chapter came first. The bottle had likely traveled with something else, and the seed traces pointed toward paper. She stood, brushed dust from her skirt, and carried the remedy book and saucer to the warm window. If an envelope had hung there to dry, perhaps damp had marked the sill or frame. The lower wood showed old water rings and sun-faded streaks, but near the altered hook she found a faint rectangular tan line cleaner than the surrounding paint, as though a paper packet had rested against the frame for some time. At one corner the paint bore a tiny greenish smudge. She touched it and brought the finger to her nose. Bitter and living, not mold. She checked the saucer again, then her memory. The seeds were not from anything she sold, ready stratified or damp packed. More likely they had been taken from a used envelope someone handled with fingers not entirely clean from the garden. She looked down at the sill's right edge and saw, only when the light shifted, a small pressed dent in the dust, where a book corner or packet edge had struck and then been lifted. The front bell rang again. This time the visitor was only the baker's boy with a loaf wrapped in cloth, and a message that he had brought the one with extra fennel because she had liked it before. Tessa thanked him, exchanged the proper coin, and stood a moment with the bread warm in her hands. The ordinary kindness of it steadied the room around the irregular things. She set the loaf aside and resumed. A practical mind invited practical tests. She took a spare blank tag from the drawer, tied it around the motherwort bottle with the same waxed linen, and laid it behind the remedy book. Then she arranged the neighboring items as they had seemed earlier, close enough to recreate the little cluster without fully restoring it. Bottle moved from old stock to recent tray, tag removed, book shifted in the cabinet, hook added by warm window, seed traces and dust where a packet had hung or rested. The line that emerged was not one of storage but of preparation. Someone had taken an item from the garden or seed shelf, inserted or hid it in the remedy book, used the warm window for it briefly, then concealed the book in the cabinet and displaced the bottle in the process. Later the paper had been removed again, leaving the marks. Tessa rested her fingertips on the closed cover. If there had once been an envelope here, she was not going to locate it by staring at the absence. She needed a reason the book in particular would be used. Remedy books were looked at daily. Anything tucked inside would be close to hand, yet overlooked if one chose the right page. More importantly, the kind of person who arranged clues through habits might choose such a book, because Tessa opened it in moments of deciding what mattered for care. She turned to the pages with poultices and household washes again. Soil mark, fresh crease, notes in the margins, her own shorthand for measurements, Mabel's older correction to steeping time. Then, lower down where the page gutter curved inward, a phrase written years ago in tiny script she had nearly forgotten she used then. Saved by warm glass if damp. It referred to drying chamomile heads after an untimely rain. But today, with the altered window line and the cleaner rectangle on the frame, the note worked like a finger tapping the sill. A damp paper packet. Seeds perhaps newly gathered or accidentally wetted, hung by the warm glass to dry. Tucked later in the remedy book, because that was where the note itself suggested such a thing. Hidden where Tessa would eventually connect the instruction to the act. She laughed once under her breath, not from delight exactly, but from the peculiar feeling of being nudged by her own old practical mind from another angle. The clue was understood. So she moved. On the counter beneath the seed catalogs, she kept a shallow wooden tray for incoming paper items not yet sorted. Receipts, seed packets, supplier notes, occasional clippings. She brought it to the table and began. Catalogs first, laid aside. 2 onion sets order slips, a receipt for lamp oil, a folded notice from the farrier left for a customer by mistake. Then a stack of seed envelopes, some full, some emptied and saved because the planting notes on them were useful later. She checked each for shape and wear. The recent ones still held their seed, or had been opened cleanly from the top. The older saved envelopes were soft with use and smudged at the corners. None matched the exact dimensions of the bowing in the remedy book until she reached one near the bottom, tucked face down among circulars. It was a seed envelope all right, but not one of hers from this season. The paper had gone pliant and slightly wavy, as if dried after dampness. Its front was blank where a printed picture might once have been, except for a handwritten word in faded ink, small and plain. Time. The flap had not been gummed shut. Instead it had been folded inward and flattened. When she lifted it, 3 more of the little brown oval seeds slid into her palm. Time was not impossible, but these seeds looked too broad. Tessa tipped the packet gently over the saucer. A few more husks and 6 seeds came out, along with a tiny square clipping of paper caught inside the fold. She unfolded the clipping. It was from one of her own tags or labels, trimmed down so only 2 words remained from a longer note. Warm window. Not a clue by accident then, an instruction preserved and paired with the seed envelope. Her first response was to glance toward the front door, absurdly expecting someone to be standing there, pleased with themselves. The room held only jars, sunlight, and bread cooling in its cloth. Tessa sat down. The seed envelope had been tucked inside the remedy book, likely damp, then dried by the warm glass according to the old note. The altered spacing on the line had made room for it. Later it had been removed and eventually drifted into the incoming paper tray, face down, where it might have escaped notice if she had not already understood the signs. The little clipping from a tag-worn window confirmed the use of the space. But why the motherwort bottle? Why the missing tag? She looked from the envelope to the old stock shelf, perhaps only because the bottle had been in the way. Yet the bottle had not been merely shifted aside. Its tag had been cut off, and the bottle moved among the new tinctures. That was more than incidental. She examined the envelope again. The handwriting on time was not hers from recent months, slightly more slanted, less compressed. Her own, nevertheless, from some earlier season. She turned it over. On the back, where one usually jotted planting depth or source, there was another note so faint she had to angle it to the light. Near the hives. That stirred something immediate and unspecific. A location in the back garden where thyme crept warm and bee-heavy along the edging stones. She had saved seed there before, though not often. Why dry and hide an envelope from the thyme patch near the hives? Why tuck it into the remedy book instead of the seed box where such things belonged? Because it was meant to be found now, not planted then. Tessa tapped the clipped square against the table once, twice. Motherwort for the heart, thyme near the hives, warm window, remedy book. The set of associations clustered not around trade or inventory, but around care held at the edge between household and bees. Mabel had been right, the clues were arranged through a life's own grammar. The front door opened, and this time the customer entered without hurry, a regular seeking rosehip syrup for a lingering cough. Tessa served her, recommended steam with thyme if she had it, and only after the woman left did she realize she had said thyme without meaning to. The word had simply risen nearest the surface. She locked the till, then returned to the work table with more intention than before. If the current space had been used as a temporary way station for messages or memory objects, then leaving it as before would invite confusion at best. She needed to change how the cabinet and warm window were being used, not out of fear but to test the pattern. To know whether further placement would continue, the places themselves must become newly defined. The decision soothed her. First, she emptied the altered section of the drying line entirely, removing the neighboring bundles and coiling the added pale twine around her fingers. The newer huck she left for the moment, but she marked it by tying a narrow strip of blue cloth beneath, enough to catch the eye and make any use of it immediately visible. Then she rezung only those herbs actively drying, spaced exactly as she preferred, and moved the saved seed heads to a shallow basket on the shelf below, rather than hanging them among leaf bundles. Seeds from now on would not share the window line with medicine. Next she turned to the cabinet. The lower shelf where the remedy book had stood became under her hands something else altogether. She took out the syrup bottles and tinctures, dusted the shelf, and shifted a row of jars from the opposite side to make room for a dedicated tray. Current reference items only. The remedy book went there flat, not upright. Beside it she placed a pencil, a pad of slips, and a small dish for found fragments, tag pieces, odd papers, anything not yet understood. Behind them she set nothing. No hidden rectangle could form now without being obvious. The motherwort bottle she returned to old stock, after tying a fresh proper tag in her own hand. Motherwort. Last year's strong batch. She did not attempt to mimic the missing original or speculate over why it had been singled out. The bottle's identity, for now, was enough. Yet before shelving it, she held it once more and thought of the broad old use of the herb, the way household remedies often carried more comfort than chemistry could fully account for. Her thumb rested over the glass a moment, then she set it in place. Finally, she dealt with the paper tray. Incoming seed envelopes no longer belonged to drift among receipts and notices. She found a shallow-lidded box from beneath the counter, one she had once used for sachet orders, and repurposed it for garden papers alone. Into it went the time envelope, the 2 current planting packets, old saved envelopes with notes worth keeping, and the seed catalogs. She lined the bottom with plain paper and wrote on the lid, "Garden and Hive Edge." A modest category, but accurate. If the clue pattern threaded through the borderland between shop and bees, she wanted those papers gathered where she could watch them. By the time she finished, the room felt subtly different, not less itself, but more legible. The warm window line had become truly what it was for, drying green things in plain sight. The cabinet shelf had become a place of active reference, rather than accidental concealment. The papers had a home that acknowledged their connection, instead of letting them masquerade as stray clutter. The change was practical, yet it carried the satisfying click of a key turning. When she stood back, flour from the breadcloth and herb dust both smudged her fingers. She brushed them off and made tea at last, letting the kettle's second boil finish what the morning had interrupted. The cup warmed her palm while she considered the time envelope, near the hives. That mattered more than the botanical uncertainty of the seeds themselves. She knew time seed well enough now to doubt the label, and the envelope had been marked in an older hand, perhaps quickly, perhaps as a cover. If she wanted certainty, she could compare the seeds against the little drawer of saved samples in the potting shed, but the clue's forward pull was not toward naming the seed in isolation. It was toward where the envelope belonged in the life of the place, the hive edge, the garden border, the practical seam where memory and tending crossed. Still, before she left the matter for later, she gave the seeds one more informed look. She spread them on the saucer with the tip of a knife, small, brown, ridged, more like hyssop than thyme perhaps, or summer savory. Both near bees, both reasonable to save. Labels could mislead, locations less so, carrying the faint, cool damp of the yard. Tessa glanced toward the open inner door, and then at the window, where the rehung herbs now turned slowly in the warmed air. The altered hook with its blue cloth strip looked almost innocent. If anyone used it again, she would know. If nothing happened, the room would still function better than it had at dawn. She took up the remedy book, and before shelving it in its new tray, opened to the page with the old note. Beneath "Save by warm glass if damp," she added a new line in today's hand. Check garden papers with remedies only by reason, never by habit. Then after a brief pause, she added one more, smaller, near the hives. The words settled the page into the present. A lull fell over the shop, the kind that invites either aimless tidying or useful preparation. Tessa chose the latter. She wrapped the saucer of seeds in a square of clean paper and set it inside the lidded box with the envelope. She noted the missing tincture tag and recovered fragment on a slip in the dish. She penciled a brief list from the morning's findings. Added hook at warm window, seed husks on sill, remedy book hidden in cabinet, old motherwort bottle retagged, after tag removed, seed envelope found in paper tray, marked time, note near the hives. No flourishes, just enough. Then she looked around for anything she had overlooked because it had become normal. The cabinet doors stood a little wider than usual. She closed them and saw, at eye level on the inner frame, a shallow scratch she had not made. It ran vertically and recent, likely from a buckle or button brushing as someone leaned in. Not enough to tell a story. The sill held a tiny remnant of green smear she had missed. She wiped it away. The thread drawer, now returned to order, still sat not quite fully shut. She pressed it in until it clicked. Each small correction made the room more exactly hers. At last there was nothing left to sort without leaving the chapter of the clue she had just opened. The next customer came for soap and lavender water. After that, a woman with a child who wanted chamomile for sleep. Tessa tended them both with steady attention. If anything, the ordinary exchanges sharpened her sense of what had shifted. The shop was a public place of remedies, but the clues gathering in it were leading her repeatedly toward the edges of home labor pantry jars, veil pins, labels kept from honey, seeds dried by a warm pane. Even here, in her work life, the hand arranging things chose the domestic routes. When the room quieted again, she brought the lidded box to the counter and rested her hand on it. The cardboard gave faintly under her palm. Garden and hive edge. There it was, plain and sufficient. She did not need Mabel beside her to know the next search should move outward from the cabinet and window to the place named on the envelope. The packet had done what it needed to do. The current space had revealed itself as a temporary sorting ground, and she had changed it so. What mattered now was no longer how the clues had been staged here, but why this one pointed toward the border where bees worked over thyme and hyssop, and the warm stones held the day's light late. Tessa slid the box into the new tray with the remedy book, finished her tea, and let her attention settle with surprising calm on the thought of the hive edge, where the next answer was most likely waiting. Chapter 7. The Blue Jar. By the time Tessa carried the narrow work table out to the garden gate, the morning had settled into a soft brightness that made every leaf look freshly thought of. The boards of the gate still held a little of the night's coolness, but the path beyond had begun to warm. The hives stood farther on, low and familiar at the edge where the garden loosened into grass and herb heads, and the hum of work already underway. She set the table down carefully so its legs would not sink unevenly into the soil, then stood for a moment with one hand on the weathered top, listening. The bees were active but even-tempered. Clover, perhaps, and the last of the open thyme flowers nearer the stones. The sound came and went in a living drift, not loud, never still. It usually steadied her before hive work. This morning it sharpened her attention instead. Near the back door, her veil hat still hung on its peg, and the folded bee veil tied with cream ribbon lay where she had left it after checking the stitching 2 evenings before. After finding the seed envelope and note hidden among ordinary things, she had started leaving some objects almost deliberately in place, exact enough that she would know if anything shifted. Nothing had. Not in the kitchen, not by the cabinet, not at the warm window, which made the instruction all the more pointed. Near the hives. She began as she always did. From a basket she laid out clean cloths first, one folded square over another on the left side of the table, then lids, nested by size, dull tin catching a softened gleam, then links of string, cut yesterday evening and wound into loose little coils, a small knife, her smoker not yet lit, the shallow tray she used for scrapings or burr comb. She set each thing down with the unhurried precision of habit. Then she paused with her hand over the last coil of string. Something on the table was wrong, not wrong in itself, wrong by relation. The high frame tag lay beside the tray, where she did not remember placing it. It was a small thing, hardly more than a narrow stick stiffened by age and use, with old writing faded to the color of steeped tea. One end was darkened and tacky with propolis, as though it had been pressed somewhere resinous and then pulled free. She knew the tags. She kept a handful of them in a tin by the shed for temporary marking, yet she had not taken any tag from the tin that morning. Tessa touched it with the back of one finger first. The propolis had partly set but still held a faint give of warmth. She picked it up carefully. The string hole had a frayed edge, and through the stain there was a blurred line of writing she could not read from the front. She turned it over. Nothing, only more amber dark smears and one pale scrape where resin had been rubbed thin. She looked to the basket she had carried out. Cloths, lids, string, knife. She had come straight from inside with the basket on her hip and the folded work table under her arm. No stop at the shed. No tag. She set the tag flat on the cloth nearest her and stood very still, letting memory sort itself. Yesterday she had not worked the hives. The day before, only a brief check from the outside. Last week she had marked a frame in the second hive for a patchy brood pattern, but she had removed that tag after the next inspection and returned it to the tin. Unless she had not. Unless she had left one tucked into her apron pocket, or on the sill, or in the basket. She did not dismiss the thought. Signs of care could look mysterious when they had only been one hurried evening and a distracted hand. But she was not distracted when she worked around bees. Tessa lifted the cloth with the tag on it and moved the pair to the center of the table, apart from everything else. Then she took the tag to the gate post, where the light struck more cleanly, and tilted it slowly. The old writing on the front stayed blurred, but along the edge of the pale scrape on the back she caught the faintest indentation, not ink, but pressure, as if something had once been written over it or tied against it. She drew a thumbnail lightly over the surface, a line, then another crossing it, not lettering, more like the remains of a small sketch, or a quick mark made with a blunt pencil, and then smeared. She breathed out and glanced toward the hives. The nearest stood in orderly line with the others, weathered wood silvering at the edges, landing boards busy. Nothing there proclaimed itself. If someone had used the hives as part of the same quiet trail that had led from window to cabinet to seed envelope, they had done so as practically as before, hidden among work, waiting to be seen by the right hands. She set the tag down again, and this time brought the rest of the basket fully onto the table. She finished placing the cloths and lids in stricter order than before, making herself build calm through sequence. One cloth she folded twice more, and set under the tag so the stained edge would not touch the table. She unwound the string coils and laid them flat, checking their lengths by touch. She added a pencil from her apron pocket. Then she tied her hair back more securely and went to fetch the veil. At the back door she paused. The ribbon knot on the folded veil was exactly as she had tied it, a little off-center, because the fabric underneath was thicker on one side. No one had borrowed it. She chose the hat this time, settling it on and pinning the veil under her collar with practiced fingers. She took the smoker and match tin, lit the burlap twist within, and waited until the first smoke drifted out cool and pale. Back at the table, the tag looked smaller under the veil's gauze. Tessa slipped it into her apron pocket and carried the smoker toward the nearest hive. The clue from the envelope had said near the hives, not in them. A person with practical knowledge would not hide a paper note where bees and weather would undo it. But a thing could be tucked under a roof edge, tied beneath a stand, slipped into an empty super left by the side, or attached to something one naturally handled only during work, a tag. She gave each entrance a little smoke, and waited. The bees lifted and circled, then settled again. Their temper remained agreeable. At the first hive she crouched not to open it at once, but to look along the stand, under the shadow of the bottom board, around the back where grass met wood. She found only the expected, a curl of wax, a dry leaf, one dead bee carried to the edge by housekeeping sisters. At the second hive, more of the same, though there a narrow scrap of blue caught at first in the grass, and turned out to be only a petal. She saw a thread hanging from the rear corner and reached for it before realizing it was spider silk holding a bit of seed fluff. She did not let disappointment hurry her. The seed envelope had directed her correctly to this place. The tag had appeared here, among her preparations. The line of clues still held. At the fourth hive she found a propolis smear on the outer wall near shoulder height, unusual only because it formed a narrow drag, as if a sticky thing had been drawn upward and away. She touched it and compared the color on her fingertip to the stain on the tag in her pocket. Similar, though that meant little. She opened this hive halfway, enough to peer under the roof and inner cover. The bees complained, then settled under smoke. Nothing tucked there. She closed it again. By the time she had moved along all the hives in this manner, the simple part of the morning had become something else entirely, a systematic search, carried out under the cover of ordinary tending. She returned to the work table and took off one glove to better examine the tag. If it belonged to a particular frame, the old writing on it might tell her where to look next. She held it over the smoker's warmth, not close enough to melt the propolis, just enough to soften its clouded dullness. The resin brightened again. This time she angled it toward the sun and saw a dark line emerge from beneath the stain. One loop, one downstroke. Not enough for a whole word. She fetched the pencil and on a scrap of paper from her apron, copied the shapes she thought she saw. One line might be an H, or merely a smear. The loop might be part of a number. She stopped before she forced certainty onto it. Better to seek the object it had been tied to than to invent a reading. The string hole mattered. Frayed edge, dark stain spread outward on one side. The tag had likely hung from a framier or a nail, pressed against propolis, then been tugged free. The fraying was old, yet the propolis was comparatively fresh. The tag was old, but its recent contact was not. It had been used again. Tessa scanned the table and chose one of the thinner lengths of string. She threaded it through the tag and tied a loose temporary loop, imitating the sort of hang she herself would make if she meant to mark a frame quickly. The tag hung with the stained end naturally down. When she lifted it, the weight caused the pale scrape on the back to sit uppermost, protected from direct stickiness. She turned it around and tried the opposite orientation. Less natural, more awkward. If the propolis had transferred while the tag hung, it was likely from the lower end brushing or sticking against a resinous surface. A frame sidebar, perhaps, the rabbit under a box lip, the underside of an inner cover corner. She looked at the hives again with fresh attention, this time not for hidden notes, but for recent propolis work in places where a dangling tag might catch. The fourth hive's drag mark returned to mind. So did the memory of patchy brood there last week. She brought the smoker and tool to the fourth hive and opened it properly. Warmth rose at once, rich and sweet with wax, brood, nectar not yet cured. Bees flowed over the top bars in a moving dark silk. She worked slowly, easing one outer frame first to make space. The bees there were storing honey along the upper cells. Sunlight through the comb turned it pale gold. Nothing tied there. She set the frame on the stand and lifted the next. At the third frame she saw it. A little patch of propolis thickened unusually on the sidebar near the ear, with a cleaner line running through it, as if something narrow had recently rested there. Then on the frame beside it, a tiny thread fiber adhered to the resin. Linen, perhaps, or old cotton string. She bent closer. The fiber was blue, not bright, faded to almost gray, but blue. She straightened very carefully. A blue thread on a propolis mark could have come from anything, an old sleeve, a rag, some forgotten scrap blown in from elsewhere. Yet blue had not appeared before in this trail. The clue had shifted from direction to object. She lifted the frame gently free and checked the ear where a tag might have hung. There was no string, no hidden note, but the edge of the top bar bore another smear, and under it, partly stuck into the propolis itself, a minute curved flake of glass no bigger than a fingernail clipping. Glass had no business there. She set the frame down in the gap and used the point of her hive tool to coax the flake free. It came away with a tiny tacky sound, carrying a bead of amber resin on one side. In the light it showed unmistakably blue. For one still second, all the pieces aligned enough to direct her, not to a place, but to a vessel, blue glass, and if a vessel had been near enough to the hive to leave both thread and shard, it had likely been handled here for some practical reason. Honey, a tincture, water. She could think of no blue glass among her usual bee tools. She checked the rest of the box swiftly. On the inner cover's underside, near one corner, there was another thin line of blue caught in propolis. No, too translucent. On the stand below, almost hidden in dry grass, she found a tiny rough grain that might once have been part of a stopper or bead, though when she rubbed it between gloved fingers it crumbled like old sealing wax, darkened by weather. No note, no name, just the unmistakable evidence that something blue and breakable had been here. She closed the hive, replacing each frame with care so as not to crush bees, and lowered the roof gently. The line of inquiry had become clear enough that continuing to search every crack outside would only waste the shape of it. At the table she removed her veil and set it over the back corner where the mesh would not snag. She took the blue flake from her pocket and placed it beside the propolis-stained tag. Together they looked oddly domestic, as if they ought to belong to some shelf sorting rather than a hive. Tessa considered where blue glass existed in her world. There were cobalt bottles in the shop, some old, some newer. There was the ink bottle by the account book, though that was dark enough to seem almost black. There had once been a blue preserve jar in her kitchen, but it had cracked last winter and been discarded. A small bottle with a chimped neck held lavender stems on the upstairs sill. None of those belonged by the hives, unless one had been repurposed temporarily. She looked down at the lids she had set out, then back toward the house. Most of the jars she used near bees were for samples or small feed mixtures, and for those she favored whatever was close to hand. If a blue glass jar had been used here and then carried away, where would she have put it? More likely in the washing basin by the back door, or on a windowsill to dry, or simply returned inside among the ordinary jumble of useful containers. Yet the earlier clues had not hidden themselves in jumble by accident. If there was a blue jar now, it might have been left where she could see it while doing some other familiar task. She picked up the tag again and rubbed at the stained edge with the cloth. A fresh scent of resin rose, sharp and clean. On impulse, she held the blue flake against the pale scrape on the tag's back. The curve did not match anything there, but the contrast of color made a small arc of graphite stand out that she had missed before. Not a letter, a drawn ring, roughly circular, with one dot just above the edge. A jar with a drop at the rim. Her pulse lifted. Whoever had left these signs had a practical mind. Draw a vessel on a hive tag, guide her from seed note to hives, from hives to blue glass, and trust her to follow. She was already moving before the thought fully settled. She gathered the tag, the glass flake, and one clean cloth, then hesitated and came back for the nearest lid. If she found broken glass or residue, she would want to cover it against dust or insects while she examined it. She crossed to the back door, stepping out of the direct hum and into the house's cool shade. The kitchen smelled faintly of mint and soaked oats. Sun from the garden window made a bright panel over the table. Her rearrangements from yesterday still held. The cabinet shelves squared, the warm windowsill cleared, except for the necessary pots and one small bowl of seed husks she had not yet decided whether to discard or keep as reference. Nothing there had changed. She scanned first for blue glass at the obvious places. No jar on the sill, none by the basin, none on the dresser shelf where spare bottles sometimes waited after washing. She opened the draining cupboard. Clear jars, 2 brown bottles, a stoneware crock, no blue. That did not trouble her for long. A useful jar might have been put away elsewhere, simply because it looked attractive or unusual. She moved through the kitchen with quick, economical attention, letting likely habits guide her. The pantry shelf held preserves and vinegar, all in clear or greenish glass. The little rack by the door held spare nails and string in old jam jars. Again, nothing blue. She was turning away when a glint from the lower shelf beneath the dresser caught her eye. Blue glass in shadow often looked gray until it found the light. She crouched. There, half behind a basket of beeswax wraps, and beside the crock where she kept spare tea tins, sat a small blue glass jar. Its shape was simple, almost squat, broader than a bottle and narrower than a preserve jar, the kind someone might keep because it was sturdy and pleasing in the hand. A plain lid rested upside down beneath it, as if it had been removed and set there after washing. The jar itself looked clean, but on the rim, catching a line of sun that reached under the shelf, was one amber bead no larger than a pinhead. Honey. Tessa did not touch it immediately. The sight of the single drop was too exact, not spilled down the side, not smeared as if from careless use. One drop at the rim. The blue of the glass deepened the gold until it looked almost lit from within. She set the cloth and lid down and bent nearer. The honey had begun to thicken at the edge, but had not crusted. Dust had not settled into it. Along the jar's shoulder ran a faint haze, the sort that remained after rinsing if one had not polished completely. The bottom bore a little crescent of dried soil. The lid under it was not blue. Tin, plain and a little worn, no label. She reached for the jar with the cloth, careful not to disturb the drop on the rim. The glass was cool from shadow. As she lifted it, a soft clink sounded from within. Not empty then. Something moved at the bottom, too small to see clearly until she carried it into the window light. Inside lay 3 thyme seeds, a twist of blue thread, and what looked at first like another amber fleck, but proved when she tilted the jar gently to be a tiny pellet of wax with a dark speck pressed into it. She stood very still. The progression was suddenly elegant enough to make everything behind it seem intentional. Seeds in an envelope marked time, warm window, near the hives, blue thread and blue glass, honey at the rim, and now in the jar, thyme seeds again, a thread matching the one caught in propolis, and a bit of wax holding what? A crumb, a seed hull, a charred pinprick. She lowered herself to the chair by the table because standing seemed likely to hurry her. The jar belonged to the same careful chain. Tessa set the jar down on the table and eased the lid off. A faint scent rose at once. Honey first, then thyme warmed by old sunlight, then beeswax. She tipped the jar onto the cloth and let its contents gather there. 3 seeds, plump and dark, with the slight angular shine of thyme. A thread faded blue. The wax pellet barely larger than a lentil, pressed flat on one side, as if once stuck against glass. In its center sat the dark speck. She took up the pencil and touched the speck. It shifted, not char, not grit, a tiny fragment of something fibrous, perhaps paper, perhaps dried stem. She fetched her small magnifying lens from the dresser drawer and bent over it. Paper, not a whole scrap, hardly even a scrap at all, more a softened corner folded into the wax, as if to protect it. Enough remained to show one clean edge and the faintest line of ink, no more readable than the old writing on the tag. The wax had preserved it by accident or design. She did not try to pry it free yet. The thing was too small and too fragile. One impatient motion would turn clue into smear. Instead, she examined the wax itself. Pale gold, likely from her own hives by color and scent. The flattened side showed the texture of glass threading, meaning the pellet had once been pressed inside a lid or at a jar mouth. The honey drop on the rim now made more sense. The blue thread she laid beside the flake from the hive. Similar shade, similar wear. One end was stiff with resin, the other had a small knot. A piece of tying string from the tag? No, thinner, more like embroidery thread or unraveled cloth. She held it against the mesh shadow cast by the window. 3 plies twisted together. Not from the lengths of plain string on her work table. The thyme seeds she nudged into a little row with 1 fingernail. 3. Not many enough for planting by accident. Repetition rather than supply. A sign echoing the envelope she had already found. Tessa leaned back and let the room settle around her. The house, after the hive hum, felt almost too quiet. A bee tapped once at the outer side of the window and moved on. On the shelf by the basin, a drip from washed crockery ticked into the pan. The blue jar sat before her like a pocket of sky, holding tiny domestic reliquaries. She reviewed only what advanced matters. The envelope had directed her to the warm window, and then near the hives. The hives had yielded the old tag and blue traces. The tag's hidden sketch had pointed to a jar with a drop at the rim. And now the jar contained enough to suggest that someone had been preserving a fragment, moving it along, with signs of thyme, honey, wax, and blue thread. What linked those things in practical life? Thyme could mean the herb itself, the garden patch, a remedy, a scent used to clean or calm. Honey and wax meant the hives, yes, but also salves, throat syrups, sealing. Blue thread might mean cloth, a tied bundle, mending, or a marker. A paper fragment in wax suggested preservation from moisture or handling, a kept thing. She picked up the jar and looked at its empty interior. Near the bottom, where the glass thickened, a faint smear remained, not honey exactly, and not resin alone. She touched it with the tip of the pencil, then smelled it. Propolis again, but diluted by warmth and perhaps a little oil. No certainty there. Yet if the jar had once held a sticky preparation, the seeds and thread might have clung by chance inside after being dropped in. Except chance did not explain the tiny wax-sealed paper. She considered taking the pellet at once to the work table, warming it over the smoker to soften the wax. But that would require both hands, clear light, and a steadier setup than this kitchen table now offered. And she had half-laid equipment waiting by the gate. If she moved too quickly between spaces, she might lose the clean progression that had brought her here. So she chose a narrower next step. She brought the plain lid to the jar and examined its underside. In the threading there was a trace of wax pressed thin, and along one inner groove an almost invisible line of blue fibers caught where the metal met itself. Thread under the lid, once, holding the wax pellet in place. The arrangement became easier to imagine than to explain. She smiled despite herself. Whoever had done this expected patience, and patience was at least one language she knew. Tessa rose and carried everything, the blue jar, lid, tag, glass flake, thread, seeds, wax pellet on its cloth, and stepped past the doorway to the gate, and her lens back toward the door. She paused only long enough to take the folded bee veil, tied with cream ribbon, from the chair, and set it higher on the shelf, away from the spread of clues. Then she stepped outside again. The garden brightness met her with a warmth fuller than before. Bees moved over the thyme patch in short, determined arcs. The hives hummed on, indifferent to the human meaning she had extracted from their edges. At the gate, the work table remained as she had left it, except for one cloth corner stirred by breeze. Her ordinary mornings still waited there, interrupted but not abandoned. She set the blue jar at the table's center and arranged the clue objects around it in a new order, no longer by where she had found them, but by what they seemed to indicate. Cloths moved aside, lids shifted farther down, string remained ready if she needed to retie or suspend something. A smoker gave off a thin, companionable stream. Under open light, the honey drop at the jar's rim looked even more deliberate. She tilted the jar and watched the drop hold, pure enough to glow. She touched it at last with the clean edge of the cloth and tasted the faint smear left behind. Thyme honey. Not strongly flavored, but enough. A late harvest from frames near the herb border, perhaps. Her own bees could have made it. The clue folded back on itself again. Thyme as seed and scent. Hives as source. Jar as vessel. She sat on the stool and drew the narrow table closer with one foot. Instead of preparing to sort honey and wax, she was preparing to open a wax-sealed scrap no larger than a lentil. The question was how much to disturb at once. Heat would soften the pellet, but might blur the ink. Cool pressure might free the paper edge, but could tear it. Oil would be foolish, water worse. She looked from the smoker to the sunlit cloth, and chose neither yet. Better first to understand the lid arrangement more fully. Using the pencil tip, she measured the pellet against the inner depression of the plain lid. It fit neatly there. The blue thread, if looped through or around the pellet, could have held it against the lid while the jar was closed, keeping it away from any residue at the bottom. Then, when the jar was opened, the pellet might have dropped free, or perhaps she herself had loosened it by tilting. She checked the lid again and found a tiny amber tack left behind at the center. Yes, it had been fixed there. Wise-eyed a paper fragment in a jar lid and leave seeds and thread loose below, to keep the important thing dry and the surrounding things as signals. It was a maker's logic, a household logic, not unlike tucking a receipt into a recipe book where only the person who cooked from it would find it. Tessa looked toward the hives once more, thinking of the old tag hanging from a frame, blue thread catching in propolis, glass flake pressed where it did not belong. Whoever had assembled this had worked close to the bees without fear and without harming order. The signs of care had been real from the beginning, not interference, use. She found that reassuring and troubling in equal measure. Reassuring because the trail still felt designed by someone who understood her work and respected its rhythms. Troubling because that narrowed the field of possibility more than she liked, and she still had no clear name for the intention behind it. Message, reminder, safekeeping, apology, instruction, not one had yet fit cleanly. The smoker's ember settled with a soft hiss. A bee landed on the table edge, investigated the cloth for sweetness, and lifted away. Tessa slid the wax pellet into the shadow of the blue jar so the sun would not soften it unexpectedly. Then she reached for one of the coils of string she had set out at the beginning, unwound a length, and made a small cradle knot around the jar's neck. If she needed to suspend the lid or steady the pellet under the lens, the string would help. The movement was practical and grounding. She realized as she worked that the clue had not only changed her schedule, it had changed the purpose of her setup. Cloths were no longer for wiping jars after washing, but for receiving fragile pieces. Lids were no longer waiting to close filled things, but to be compared against one hidden pellet. String was no longer for bundling herbs or tying labels, but for supporting evidence. Her narrow table had become an apothecary of traces. That suited her more than she might have expected. She rested her hands for a moment on either side of the blue jar, and let herself feel the quiet satisfaction of having followed the line correctly. There had been no leap, no grand revelation, only one sign leading into the next, until an object she would have overlooked on a lower shelf now held the center of the morning. The open question remained, gentle but firm, in the little wax pellet and the almost lost ink inside it. She would open it, carefully, but not in haste, and not before setting every tool exactly where she wanted it. The bees kept their own time, so would she. The honey drop still shone at the jar's rim. She watched it catch the light and wondered, not for the first time, whether it had been left there because someone knew she would notice a single sign of sweetness, faster than any written name. Chapter 8. The Brass Label. By the time Tessa had the wax pellets softened enough to yield without tearing what it held, the morning had turned honey pale across the garden table. Bees moved in the lavender as if the whole bed were breathing. She worked with the patience she used for roots that bruised easily and labels that had gone brittle with age, easing the tiny paper fragment free with the point of a clean pin and the edge of her thumbnail. The paper had once been folded twice. Wax had protected only part of it. What remained was no bigger than the top joint of her thumb, but it held more than she had expected. A line in faint ink crossed one side at a slant, then broke where the paper had worn away. Beneath it sat two clear marks, a little circle with 3 short strokes, like a quick flower head, and below that a word fragment. Only 4 letters survived cleanly. THYM. She looked from the paper to the thyme seeds in the blue jar, then to the old hive tag beside it. The sketch hidden on the back of the tag had brought her to the jar. The jar had held thyme seeds, blue thread, and this pellet with its tucked-away paper. That was too careful a line to dismiss as chance. Her first thought was still of tending, not mischief. A tucked seed, a preserved note, a marked hive, fresh propolis, the wrong blue glass at the 4th hive. Someone might have been leaving themselves a chain to follow later, a private system of reminders made with whatever came to hand. The oddness lay in where the objects had turned up and how recently some of them had been handled. She held the fragment nearer the light. The ink gave her nothing more. The little flower sign might have meant time, or a blend containing it, or simply someone's shorthand. The slanted line above could have been part of a list or the tail of a larger word. There was no use staring a secret into becoming clearer. She laid the fragment on a square of plain paper, covered it with an upturned jelly glass against the breeze, and gathered the rest of the clues. Old hive tag, blue jar, seeds, thread. The wax pellet she left on the edge of a saucer to cool. Then she carried everything inside to the mortar and pestle bench, where work and thought often settled into one another better than they did outdoors. Willow and Honey was still in its useful middle quiet. The door had opened and closed enough times for the room to have warmed with ordinary business, but not so often that the air had lost the clean scent of dried mint, beeswax, and fresh-swept boards. Tessa set the blue jar well away from the public side of the bench, and took up the order slips she had left in a neat stack near the blending table. Routine made a kind frame around uncertainty. She folded the slips by customer, tucked one beneath a twine loop for later mixing, set another by a packet of nettle. Belle would want lemon balm left out again. For a minute or two the day might have been any other. Then, reaching behind the row of larger storage jars for a stack of clean wrapping squares, she brushed against something fibrous that should not have been there. She paused with her hand still in the shadowed space. The larger jars along that part of the bench held roots and bark, each in its usual place. Burdock nearest the scales, valerian farther back because of its smell, licorice to the right, angelica sealed tight. There should have been nothing tucked behind the wrong jar, especially not something loose. She drew it out carefully. It was a root bundle, tied with faded string, no larger than her palm, and made of thin, pale lengths cut and dried cleanly. Not one of her current stock bundles. The roots were too slender for valerian, too smooth for the rough little twists of dandelion, and the binding was not one she used in trade. More telling was its hiding place. Someone had pushed it behind the licorice jar, where it would not be seen unless a hand went searching farther back than usual. Tessa set the order slips aside and turned the bundle in her fingers. One end of the string held a hitch she recognized vaguely, a sort of quick turn made by someone binding many small things in succession. A dusting of dried leaf clung to the fibers. She sniffed. Earth first, then a faint aromatic note, time adjacent but not time itself. It had sat near herbstock, not in a cupboard of its own. She set the root bundle beside the blue jar and looked at the jars again. Nothing else seemed displaced. Labels faced outward, stoppers were seated properly. No scrape on the wood told her when the bundle had been tucked there. Yet once she saw it, the scene changed. The fragment marked with twine, the seeds, the hidden jar, and now this bundle concealed behind the wrong storage jar at her own bench. Whoever had made the trail knew both hives and shop, or else the clues were crossing from one place into the other, in a way she had not understood yet. The front bell gave a mild note. Tessa glanced up, expecting a customer, but Samuel stepped in from the lane with the careful bearing of a man who knew how not to bring outdoor bustle into a calm room. He had his hat in one hand, and in the other, a folded bit of cloth wrapped around something small. "Tessa," he said, then seeing the spread of oddments on the bench, stopped. "I may have found something of yours, or something that belongs with yours." That narrowed the morning at once into one clear line. She motioned him nearer. "Show me." He laid down the cloth parcel. Inside it was a small brass key on a blue thread, the thread frayed at one end as if cut from a longer length. Beside the key, caught in the fold of the cloth, lay 2 dry thyme leaves, and a smear of dark gold on the weave that might once have been honey. Samuel told her he had found the parcel beneath the settle by the side door of the inn, during the first sweep after breakfast, tucked back where dropped gloves and forgotten handkerchiefs usually turned up. It had not been there the previous night when he latched up. He would have put it aside with lost property, but the blue thread and thyme had struck him as the sort of thing she might know the use of, and the honey scent had settled the matter enough for him to walk it over before the noon crowd. Tessa touched the thread first. The color was not common enough in ordinary string baskets to pass unnoticed, and this was the same clear blue as the strand in the jar. She lifted both for comparison. The thickness matched, so did the slight shine in the twist. Samuel watched her lay them side by side. "That means something, then. It means these belonged near one another once." He looked over the bench. Old hive tag, blue jar, seeds, paper under glass, root bundle, key. His gaze was practical, noticing placement, where, what looked handled, and what looked kept. "The cloth was folded twice," he said after a moment. "Whoever left it did so on purpose, not dropped in haste, slid back under the settle, near the wall." "Could one of your guests have hidden it there?" "One could. None asked after a key, none seemed at sea this morning, and it isn't one of mine." She turned the brass key over. It was small, old-fashioned in shape, with a simple bow and one nick along the shaft. Not a room key from the inn, not one from her shop door either. It might fit a drawer, a cabinet, a small box. Honey had dried in one groove near the bow. Samuel's gaze shifted to the root bundle. "That is new as well? I found it just now, behind the licorice jar. That seems a poor place for roots one means to use." "Exactly." There was comfort in the way he stood at the bench, as if mysteries like inn duties improved when set in order on a flat surface. Tessa untied the root bundle. The string gave with a dry whisper. Inside were 7 slender roots, and wrapped among them a small square of paper much less damaged than the fragment from the wax pellet. This one had not been sealed, only protected by the roots themselves. A faint powder fell from the bundle onto the bench, smelling softly green. The note was folded once. She opened it. A list, written in the same thin hand as the fragment, or near enough that she could not separate them with confidence. Most of the words were abbreviated, practical in style. Tessa saw at once why the fragment had preserved only time. Here, midway down the short list, stood time with a mark beside it, the same little circle and stroke sign. Above it were 2 other entries, one smeared beyond reading, one shortened to R. Bund. Below it, M. Sachet, then a dash and one more word written more clearly than the rest. Mortar. Samuel leaned in enough to read, then looked to the muslin square stacked near the bench, and to the mortar itself. That's plain enough. It was, and it changed the shape of the morning at once. Tessa moved the mortar forward into better light. It was a heavy stone bowl, smooth in the basin from years of seeds, salts, petals, and roots. She examined the space around it before lifting it. The pestle stood in its usual place to the right. A bundle of clean muslin squares sat in a shallow basket to the left. Twine, labels, and folded order slips lay beyond. She lifted the mortar. Nothing beneath except the ring of deathless wood where it usually sat. But as she set it down again, a touch off center, Samuel said quietly, "The muslin." One sachet sat apart from the basket of folded squares. Not among them, but beside the mortar, half hidden by the pestle's handle as if laid there by a hand interrupted and never returned. Tessa would have sworn that spot was empty 10 minutes before, yet she had come to the bench with her mind on the paper fragment and her hands on order slips. The muslin sachet was tied with a bit of undyed thread, plain except for one stitch of blue near the draw, perhaps a mend, perhaps a marker. Tessa felt the weight shift in her palm. Not herbs alone, something firmer nestled in one corner. She glanced at Samuel and he gave a slight nod. The sachet opened easily. Inside lay a spoonful of dried thyme flowering tips, a single bee pinched in wax, so delicately preserved it looked asleep, and a folded scrap of paper wrapped around a tiny object. Tessa tipped the paper into her hand. A second key, even smaller than the brass one Samuel had brought, fell against her skin with a bright click. This one was steel, darkened with age. The scrap around it held no words, only a quick sketch in blue pencil. 3 shelves, one jar on the middle shelf marked with a dot. She knew the shelving at once, not the public apothecary shelves. These were narrower and plain, the utilitarian rows in the small back storage space, where she kept less frequently used materials, old stock jars awaiting relabeling, and a few odd containers too sound to discard and too unlovely to display. Samuel saw recognition cross her face. "You know where?" "Yes." "Then let us see." She covered the fragile paper fragment again with the jelly glass, tucked the 2 keys into her apron pocket, and retied the sachet loosely around its contents. The blue jar and the newly found note she carried in one hand. Samuel, without fuss, lifted the mortar aside to clear her way around the bench, and followed as she slipped through the curtain to the back. The storage room was cool and orderly, in the plain manner of useful places. Shelves lined one wall from waist height nearly to the ceiling, each holding jars by type more than by beauty, roots with roots, salts with salts, bulk herbs in larger vessels than she used in the front room. A narrow window admitted a wedge of white daylight. Tessa looked at the sketch again. 3 shelves, middle shelf, 1 jar marked with a dot. There were more than 3 shelves in the room, but one section near the window had exactly that arrangement, upper, middle, lower, where she had once fitted shelves around a brace in the wall. On the middle shelf stood 6 jars, all plain crockery or clear glass except one old blue glass jar with a cork stopper. A small dark spot marked the shoulder where a bubble in the glass had cooled into a visible bead. "The dot," Samuel said. Tessa nodded. This blue jar was not the small one from the garden clue. That one sat in her hand, round-shouldered and delicate. The shelf jar was taller, square-sided and dustier, one she had not touched in some time. The label, if it had ever had one, was long gone. She reached for it, then noticed the shelf itself. A faint arc in the dust showed the jar had been moved recently and put back almost exactly into place. She drew out the jar and set it on the workboard beneath the window. It was empty, or nearly. Something pale rested at the bottom, hidden by the blue tint. She eased out the cork. A scent of dry wood and old herbs rose. Tipping the jar carefully into her palm, she let the contents slide out. A little wooden token, round as a coin and warm with age, landed there. One face bore a burned mark, the same flower-like circle with 3 short strokes she had seen on the fragment and note. The other side showed a tiny notch, as though it had once been hung or set into something. Wrapped around the token was a narrow strip of paper. This strip was written more legibly than either of the others. Time and handling had not spared it entirely, but the message held. For evening, ask Samuel about the left luggage cupboard. Tessa and Samuel looked at one another. A small surprised laugh escaped her. All morning the trail had moved from hive to jar to bench to shelf, and now it circled back through the one person already drawn in by care and observation. Samuel took the paper from her, read it, and gave a low breath through his nose. Well, that is direct. Do you have a left luggage cupboard? I do, though hardly anyone calls it that. It's the cupboard off the back passage where I put parcels and bundles too inconvenient to keep under the desk. Guests leave walking sticks, sewing baskets, market wraps, the occasional cage cover. Traders leave packages if they are changing carts. Would anything there be tied to this? Not knowingly, he turned the note over, blank. But there is one parcel I have not opened because it was addressed to no one and left by no one asking after it. That sharpened her attention. How long has it been there? 3 days, he considered. No, 4. It came in with a basket of things after the rain. One of the stable lads carried several items through at once, from a cart shed where folk had put them to keep dry. Most were reclaimed by evening. This one remained. Why didn't you send it to the finder's shelf? It had time tucked beneath the cord. He said it almost apologetically, as if aware that the detail would sound odd to anyone else. To Tessa it sounded like the whole morning continuing in its own hand. You thought of me. I thought of your shop, yes. Then I forgot it amid supper and 2 late arrivals and a room latch that stuck. This morning, finding the key under the settle, I remembered the parcel and meant to mention it whether or not the key matched your business. Signs of care. The next practical step had become plain enough. Before leaving the storage room, she examined the wooden token once more. The burned mark had been made with a fine point, not stamped. Around the notch clung a tiny thread caught in the grain. Blue again. They returned to the mortar and pestle bench, where the front room still held its mild hush. No customers had come in during their short absence. Sun had shifted a handspan across the boards. Tessa set the latest note and token in a clear space, and drew the order slips back toward her, not because they mattered more than the mystery, but because folding them while she thought helped the pieces arrange themselves. Samuel remained by the bench, simply present. The brass key from Samuel's cloth likely belonged to a cupboard, drawer, or box associated with the inn parcel. The smaller steel key might fit something within it. The repeated time markers were identifiers, perhaps chosen because they would catch her eye. The blue thread linked objects across locations. The preserved bee and the hive tags suggested the trail began intentionally in her own sphere of tending. Nothing in it so far hinted at theft, spite, or damage. Everything had been stored or hidden with care. Whoever did this expected patience, she said. Samuel inclined his head, and had confidence you would follow. That is the part I do not know how to take. As a compliment, perhaps, until proven otherwise. She folded the last order slip into its stack. There were practical considerations. She could not simply shut the shop in the middle of the day on a whim. Yet the clue now touched Samuel's inn directly. And if a parcel sat in his left luggage cupboard waiting under 4 days of dust, she did not want another evening to pass before seeing it. She checked the small clock near the till. There was just enough time before the later midday custom to leave a note on the door and step over with Samuel if she moved briskly, and accepted that 1 or 2 tinctures could wait. Decision settled pleasantly once made. I'll put the vulnerable bits away. Then I'm coming with you. He agreed at once, as if he had expected nothing less. Tessa worked through the bench with efficient hands. The paper fragment from the wax pellet went into a shallow drawer lined with blotter paper. The blue jar, its thyme seeds and loose thread, she wrapped in a cloth and placed in the cupboard beneath the scales. The notes and tokens she tucked into a labeled envelope only long enough to keep them together. The root bundle she retied with its original string and set beside the envelope. The muslin sachet she left untied in a small dish, so the contents would not crush. Both keys she kept on her person. The old hive tag she slipped into the same apron pocket as the brass key, feeling the rough card edge against the metal. When everything on the bench had been reduced from mystery spread to ordered packet, Tessa wrote a brief note for the door saying she would return shortly, set the bell so it would ring when she came back, and crossed the threshold beside Samuel. The walk to the inn was not long, but it carried a different weather than the Apothecary. Willow and honey held drying green scents and measured quiet. The inn held footfall, bread, polished wood, and the collective traces of other people's days. Samuel's pace matched hers without adjustment. As they went, Tessa asked only what she needed. Had anyone unusual stayed lately? Had any beekeeper or gardener come in carrying blue glass? Had anyone asked after locked storage or left parcels with time attached? Samuel answered in the same spare, useful way he had at the bench. A traveling pair with crates had stayed 2 nights ago, but their goods were all accounted for and gone. A local woman had left sewing wrapped in muslin and reclaimed it before supper. A drummer had lost a strap and made a fuss enough to be memorable. No one had mentioned hives. No one had asked specifically as to forgotten parcels. One late caller yesterday had lingered in the passage near the cupboard while waiting for a message, but that was not unusual in itself. Did you see the person? Only in part. Brown coat, mud to the hem, a patient sort of waiting. Man or woman? I won't guess where I cannot say. The inn's common room sat in its lull between meals. Light fell in bars across the floor. A couple of tankards dried upside down near the bar. Samuel led Tessa not through the front but along the side passage, where the practical life of the place ran behind the public warmth. Hooks for cloaks, a shelf of room ledgers, a rack for spare candles, and at the far end, a narrow door under the stairs. The brass key from the cloth parcel slid into the lock with a little resistance, then turned cleanly. Tessa felt the morning gather itself. Samuel opened the door. Inside, shelves held the expected assortment: a wrapped walking stick, 2 old shawls, a hat box with no hat, a covered basket smelling faintly of onions. On the middle shelf sat a plain parcel, tied in brown cord. Beneath the cord, tucked exactly as Samuel had said, was a fresh enough sprig of thyme that its scent still lifted when the cupboard air moved. No name marked the wrapping, no destination. Only on the underside, visible when Samuel drew it forward, was the little flower-like sign in blue pencil. He set the parcel on a narrow side table in the passage. Tessa touched the paper. Dry, intact, not tampered with. The weight was moderate, and inside something shifted only a little. The smaller key? Samuel asked. She felt along the parcel until she found it, a tiny metal clasp threaded through the cord where at first glance it had looked merely tied. The steel key fit at once. A turn, a click, and the clasp opened, letting the cord slacken. Tessa unfolded the brown paper. Inside was a beeswaxed linen wrap, then a layer of soft cloth, and within that a small wooden box smooth with wear. Not jewelry box pretty, simply well made. A blue thread had once been wound around it several times, but only one short piece remained, caught in the hinge. On the lid someone had burned the same sign again, more carefully than on the token. Samuel drew a long breath and let it go. Whoever prepared all this had a taste for sequence. Tessa smiled without looking up. And boxes. The world would be simpler if everyone wrote plain notes. Then what would we do with our afternoons? He gave her one of his brief, rare glances of amusement. No keyhole showed on the wooden box. Instead, there was a sliding catch disguised under a strip of carved wood. Tessa found it by feel and eased it open. The lid lifted. Inside, nested in more cloth, lay a glass vial of honey gone dark amber with age, a folded sheet of paper, and a packet of seeds wrapped in waxed paper. Beneath them all rested a narrow brass label holder, of the sort that once slid onto drawer fronts. A paper slip still sat inside the holder, and on that slip, written in a hand she had not yet seen among the morning's notes, was one word in clear ink: Mother Sage. Tessa stilled, not because the word solved everything, but because it was the first thing that did not fit immediately into her own stock or Samuel's rooms. It sounded like a drawer label, perhaps an old blend name, perhaps a private designation. It did not belong to any jar currently in Willow and Honey, at least not by that exact wording. Yet she knew at once it mattered enough to set the next search. She did not snatch up the paper beneath it. She looked first to the honey vial. The wax seal had been pressed with a tiny impression of the same sign. The seeds in the waxed packet were larger than time, darker too. The folded sheet might finally say what the clues had been building toward, but experience had taught her that a box like this sometimes held one decisive paper and three quiet necessities around it. The label holder was one of those necessities. It suggested drawers, shelves, some older arrangement of storage, something named and then dispersed. Samuel noticed where her gaze had fixed. Does that word mean something to you? Not yet enough. She touched the label holder lightly, but it sounds like somewhere to look, not just something to read. Then perhaps the paper tells you which. Perhaps. Still, the chapter of the morning had asked for one clear line of clue progression, and she felt the wisdom of not pulling it in 6 directions at once. The parcel and box had now been found. The word on the drawer label had changed what she must check next. Tessa set the label holder on the table between them and repeated the word under her breath once, to hear whether memory answered. It did not in any full way, but something stirred near the back room of her mind, old drawers inherited with the shop, a discarded cabinet in storage, a mislabeled shelf from before she had arranged everything to her own system. Not certainty, only a direction. I need to check the old drawer cabinet in the back room, she said, the one I haven't properly sorted since spring. If there was ever a drawer front labeled for a private blend or an older stock name, that's where it would be. This belongs to it, or belonged to something like it. Samuel nodded as if the matter were straightforward, which steadied it. Then you have your next place. Yes. She looked at the folded paper in the box, then closed the lid gently over it, and I think I'll read the rest where the word can answer back, if it means to. That sounds sensible. He began wrapping the box again with unhurried care, not hiding it, only protecting it for the walk. Tessa secured the keys and gathered the honey vial and seed packet back into the cloth nest before he folded the linen around them. Their movements fell into easy cooperation that required little speech. When the parcel was restored enough to carry, Samuel locked the cupboard behind them and handed Tessa the wrapped box. It sat warm from his hands despite the cool passage. At the door to the common room he paused. If this sends you into another tangle of jars and hidden notes, send for me before dusk. I would like to know whether your mysterious correspondent can write plainly at least once. Tessa laughed softly. If I find a whole sentence, you shall hear of it. And if you do not, I shall still hear what the drawers have to say. That, he said, sounds very much like your line of work. They stepped into the gentler light near the inn entrance. Outside, the day had ripened without becoming harsh. Window glass held a little gold. Somewhere down the lane, someone was cutting mint, and the scent traveled sweet and green on the air. Tessa stood a moment with the parcel in her arms, and the new word settled in her thoughts like a seed waiting for water. The trail had not answered itself fully, but it had turned uncertainty into a next true place. From hives to bench to sachet to cupboard, it had led her not into alarm, but into attention, and attention was a country she knew how to walk. Samuel opened the door wider for her and gave the parcel one last practical glance to make sure it was secure. Go on then. I will. Thank you. He tipped his head, already half turned toward the inn's patient work. She crossed back toward Willow and Honey, with the box held carefully against her apron, the time sent from the parcel rising each time it shifted. The inn door settled shut with a sound as familiar and reassuring as a lid on a good jar, and ahead of her waited the old drawer cabinet in the back room, where Mother Sage, whatever it was, had just become the next thing worth finding.